All of you, a very, very good morning. I am audible. I hope the streaming is fine, right? So we have with us Randy. All of you, a very, very good morning. I am audible. I hope the stream. Okay, good morning, Sachin. Good morning, Vaishali. Good morning, Rockstar Vicky, Vikas. Okay, so good morning, all of you, right? We'll start off the class. This all you know as of now that is there some voice problem? Is there some voice problem? Is the voice fine? Sachin, Prashant, it's audible. Meet says audible. Good morning, Vaishali. Okay, chalo. There's no voice problem. Okay? Yeah. So we'll start off the class. We'll start off our series. I am Dimple Nankani. I will be teaching the environment portion. What are we doing presently? We are a part. Perfect. I'm perfect. Hariom. Thank you for asking. We are a part of UPSC Maha Marathon UDAAN 2006 series. This is taking place in English. You have conducted some classes before. Some of the classes are going on. It is the biggest test series, free series that we have. All the class notes will be available to you, because why am I saying this before at the initial start of the lecture is okay, fine, Uttam. All of the class notes will be available free of cost to you. Okay? Free of cost on the PW app. What you have to do to access it, you have to enroll via a link provided in the description. So get yourself enrolled. Okay? Get yourself enrolled and you can avail all the class notes free of cost. Okay? Then we have this. What are the series? What are the features of the series? The feature of the series is there will be live marathon classes that is taking place at PW Only IAS English channel. Okay? At PW Only IAS English channel. This is a YouTube channel where we are giving you the lectures, live marathons, the notes. You can access the notes every time we hear कि मैम notes, sir notes. pw.live पे link में description है. ठीक है, इस पे okay, uspe you are here, you can have this. Apart from this, you also have the tests. Okay, we are not just teaching you but we are also giving you test. pw.live पे ही आपको टेस्ट मिलेगा, जैसे नोट्स भी आपको pw.live पे मिलेंगे. ठीक है, वही आपको मिलेंगे. वहां पे लिंक डिस्क्रिप्शन में है. ई बुक्स भी वहीं पे मिलेगी आपको. इन केस यू वांट टू हैव अ लुक एट ई बुक्स एज वेल, यू कैन हैव अ लुक देयर. ठीक है, आप विशाल है, आप विशाल है. यस, यू आर देयर. विशाल डबल एल है तो यस, विशाल. अभिषेक सिंह ऑफिशियल, आर यू डिड यू. ठीक है अभिषेक, आई एम नॉट गोइंग बियॉन्ड दिस. आई थिंक अभिषेक इज इन शॉक. ठीक है अभिषेक, कम टू द लेक्चर ऑल ऑफ यू. वेरी वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग विशाल. ठीक है, आ जाओ. नाउ we have taken few of the lectures before, few of the series, few of the classes have taken before. और भी कुछ series चल रही हैं. ठीक है, so Nikhil sir has taken polity, Harpreet Singh sir has taken geography, Ritesh sir has taken science and technology, Abhishek sir history. I am Dimple Nankani right now teaching you your environment portion. ठीक है, Pavan sir has taken history portion, some history portion, as well as we'll have CSAT by Manjeet sir. ठीक है, so this is what we have. ठीक है, okay. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Chalo, let's focus on the class now. So this is what we have now. Please pay attention. Where are we? We are here in the UDAAN series, and we will be taking part. We will be taking the portions. I will be taking the portions of environment and ecology. Now let me give you a brief outlook. ठीक है? Let me give you a brief outlook. ठीक है? About the environment. All of you, please focus here. We will cover the static portions, we will cover the current affairs portion. Much of the topics in your environment, especially in the environment part, is from the current affairs. So what is the approach that you should have? This is for Uttam specially. Uttam, you should be aware of the basics. You should, for the current affairs to be understood. Agar current affairs cover hona chahiye, this cannot be done without the basics. So you should be aware of the basics for you to understand the current affairs. What I will be taking is, I will be telling you about the basics, and then we will be linking that with the current affairs. If I tell you about the environment portion for your UPSC prelims examination, the outlook of the examiner is drifted towards current affairs, right? So there is much more focus on the current developments, but some basic idea has to be there. So we will be using both. Now please pay attention. If we talk about environment, all of you, if we talk about environment, okay, or environmental issues. With regards to environmental issues, there are three basic, yes, MD Chiku, ठीक है, आ जाओ. With respect to the environmental issues, there are three basic issues that our Earth is facing. One of a pressing problems, three pressing problems जो हम face कर रहे हैं is, one is your climate change. One is the climate change that is happening. Everywhere you can talk about whatever are the increased disasters, whether it is heat wave, whether it is torrential rainfall, whether it is avalanche that is happening, that is related somewhere or the other to the climate change. So एक pressing problem जो चल रहा है, that is the climate change. The other pressing problems that our Earth faces is unsustainable development. Unsustainable development. We know that Earth has limited resources. ठीक है? Earth has limited resources, and we are very, very hungry people with respect to money. We want more money. We want more money. Okay, we are greedy. Our hunger is not getting satiated, be it any developed country, be it developing countries. So we all are not realizing the potential, that we are going for development which is not sustainable, right? Which is not sustainable. As far as 1970s, like say 50 years back, it was mentioned in a report, that is limits to growth, correct? There has to be some limits to our growth, and our growth has to respect the environmental boundaries, right? When I say I'll cover basics, I will cover the basics as I speak. I will not write specifically of the basics, Bhushan. So I'm taking along but not paying too much attention to. Okay? So this is what I'm talking about, basics. Unsustainable development in 1972, it was pointed that there was a club of Rome. The Club of Rome said that we cannot go for infinite development, infinite growth, because the earth has limited resources, and they gave a report called as limits to growth. There has to be some limits to the way we are growing. You cannot go for mindless exploitation of the earth. Yeah, mindless exploitation of the earth. So this was the report, limits to growth. They gave this concept. Also, it was mentioned that you have to respect the nature's boundary. Respect the boundaries of the nature. Respect the boundaries of the nature. And it was said that, please pay attention, that if you do not protect the earth protects only when it is protected. So somewhere from the limits to growth, we understood that earth should be protected. Earth should be protected like a goddess, इसी से आपकी एक hypothesis से link किया गया था. There was Gaia hypothesis, that earth is like the mother goddess. Okay, it has to be protected, only then our protection is ensured. ठीक है? ठीक है? So this is one of the pressing problem. One of the pressing problem is environmental issues. In the environmental issues, we have climate change as one pressing problem. The other pressing problem is unsustainable development. We should realize that the development has to be sustainable. And the third pressing problem that is linked to unsustainable development, ये एक unsustainable development problem है, climate change problem है, और जो तीसरा problem है, that is about biodiversity losses. Biodiversity losses. Just because you want to grow unsustainably, you are going for development anywhere and everywhere. Yes, yes, Sai Ganesh. Yes, I have said that before. I don't know, some other student also asked me. Okay? So we are moving and we are covering a good portion. Right. So the third problem is biodiversity loss. You talk about habitat loss of the tigers, of the elephants, of the keystone species. You talk about the habitat loss in the form of polluting of the rivers, pollution of the ocean. Talk about plastic soups that we have created in the ocean. We are going for, talk about poaching, talk about hunting, right? So they are moving. We are going for a lot of biodiversity loss. Linked to unsustainable development is the problem of pollution. Linked to unsustainable development is the problem of acid rain. Linked to unsustainable development is the problem of desertification. Okay. And we have three important, okay, yes, we have three important conventions. If I talk about three important conventions that we have. What are conventions? They are international understandings. International understandings that we have that we will solve these three problems. What are the three most important conventions when we talk about environmental issues? The three most important conventions when we talk about environmental issues are: for climate change, you have UNFCCC. For desertification, you have UNCCD. For the prevention of biodiversity loss, you have UNCBD. Those who are telling me that an important convention is Wildlife Protection Act, such an वो act है. It is not a convention. वो legislation है. That's a legislation developed by India alone. Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 is developed by India alone. It is an act. It is like we have other acts. Prevention of Atrocities Act. So it's like an act created by the Parliament, enforced by the Parliament, enacted by the President. So it's very different. My convention are the international. Conventions means what? International understanding. I am at the international level, bache. IUCN is not a convention, bache. IUCN is not a convention. It is a intergovernmental organization, Chiku. It is an intergovernmental organization. Okay. Vienna Convention is about ozone depletion. Linked to unsustainable development is also ozone depletion. Linked to this is also ozone depletion. Here you have a Vienna Convention. Vienna Convention should be important. Vienna Convention is also important, right? Okay? So have I set a basic boundary here? That what are the important problems? What are the important conventions? Okay? What are the important problems and what are the important conventions? Conventions are at the international level, bache, not at the level of India alone. Okay, so now let me move on. Because climate change is a problem, so let me give you an outlook. I will give you a table. I'll give you a table which says there is a problem, there is a problem, there is a convention, there is a convention. What is the problem? The problem is climate change. The problem is climate change. Okay. What is the convention? At the international level, the convention is UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention to Combat Climate Change. Okay. Associated in the conventions के अंदर Please pay attention. I'm giving you a brief outlook. Conventions के अंदर there are a lot of protocols. Convention के अंदर there are a lot of protocols which are binding, which are generally binding. Okay. For example, we have what? A Kyoto Protocol. We had Kyoto Protocol for climate change. Okay, then we have second important issues, that is about biodiversity loss. Second, biodiversity loss. What is the convention? I said the convention is UNCBD, United Nations Convention for Biodiversity. United Nations Convention for Protection of Biodiversity. What is the protocol that you have in the list? What is the protocol that we have under this? इसके अंदर कौन सा प्रोटोकॉल है? Have you heard about Cartagena Protocol? Cartagena Protocol. Have you heard about Nagoya Protocol? Nagoya Protocol. इसके अंदर दो प्रोटोकॉल्स. ठीक है. The third one that we have is, yes, Cartagena Protocol. The third problem that we have was about unsustainable development. Let's say in the unsustainable development, I am taking an example of two. Unsustainable development की जगह पे I am taking an example of, let's say, desertification and let's say ozone depletion. Ozone depletion. For desertification, you had the issue of UNCCD. This was the convention, United Nations Convention. United Nations Convention for combating desertification. What about ozone depletion? For ozone depletion, you have Vienna Convention. Vienna Convention. Okay. Vienna Convention. And what is the protocol? What is the protocol? The protocol is Montreal Protocol. Montreal Protocol. That is the protocol. Okay. Now you are giving me some terms. Some of you are saying Rio. Some of you are saying Rio. Vishal Rajput. What is Rio? Rio is a name of a place. Yes, Kigali Agreement also. Very good. Oh, UPSC 134. Okay. Now, what is Rio? Rio is a place. What happened? In 1972, please pay attention. In 1972, you had this Club of Rome gave a report. Rome में हुआ था, तो Rome. They gave a report. This idea was taken up in 1992. 1992. See now, in 1972, what is happening? Some scholars, they are coming and saying, please pay attention. Some scholars are, Rio is Rio de Janeiro. Rio does not mean convention. Rio de Janeiro, it's a name of a place. Now, 1972 scholars are coming and they are giving an insight to the world that, you know, there is a problem. There should be limits to growth. My next 20 years, this conference was a limelight to the world, throwing a light to the world. In 1992, there was a conference that is taking place in Rio de Janeiro. Other people are also meeting. The world leaders are meeting at Rio. This is called as Rio Conference. जहां मिल रहे हैं, Rio de Janeiro. That is called as Rio Conference. In Rio Conference, there are three issues that are talked about. Three issues of this, and this. So in Rio Conference, three issues came up. Three conventions were mentioned. Okay. Yeah. The three issues that were mentioned were these: UNFCCC, UNCBD and UNCCD. Then, every year, every 20 years. So 2012, it is called as Rio plus 20. 2002, It is called as Rio plus 10. So this is the timeline: 1992, 2002, 2012. This is taking place in 1992. 3 issues were talked about in this one. Is this fine? Now, every year or almost, so whenever, please pay attention, these are the 3 issues that the world faces. These are the 3 issues that the world faces. There are meetings for these conferences, there are meetings for these convention. It's a problem. We have created a convention, we have created an understanding. So people come and take a stock. People come and yes, unsustainable development, yes, UPSC. People come and they talk about the issues, like you do the mentorship, right? You go to the mentor and you say that, mentor, I have this problem. Mentor, I have this problem. Mentor, I have written, now I have improved on this problem. This is a new problem that I am facing. Okay? Yes, yes, Chiku. Okay? Yes. So, you go there and you talk to them. So there are meetings for these problems also. There are meetings for these problems also. There are meetings for these problems also. What are these meetings called? These meetings are called as a conference of parties. People are coming together, conference of parties. And depending on whether it was your first meeting, second meeting, third meeting, fourth meeting, fifth meeting, they are given name. COP1, COP2, COP3, COP4, COP5. Okay, so this is COP. This is Conference of Parties to UNFCCC. This is Conference of Parties to CBD. This is Conference of Parties to CBD. So COP matlab kya? The decision making body. Yes, the decision making body. But you don't say only COP. Say COP of UNFCCC, COP of CBD, COP of CCD. You have to say that. Okay. COP of CBD, COP of CCD, COP of UNCCD. Okay. Okay. Ramsar Convention is especially for wetlands. Ravi Kumar. Ramsar Convention is especially for wetlands. Okay. Now, so let me start off with the topics. Now, please pay attention. Please pay attention. What am I starting off? We will first cover the issue of climate change. We will first cover the issue of the climate change. The first issue that we will cover is the climate change issues. Okay? The second issues that we have is ecology and biodiversity. Ecology and biodiversity. So, climate change, what are the current affairs that have taken place? What are the current affairs that have taken place? The second one, so this is about the first one. The first issue is about climate change. As we saw, it's a pressing problem. The second is about biodiversity loss. We saw that is a second problem that the earth is facing. The third problem that our earth is facing is about, linked to this, we need, because you want to protect the biodiversity. For the protection of biodiversity, you will have some protected areas. You will have to go for some protected areas. You will take protected areas. We have tiger reserves, we have elephant reserves, we have various. This is also linked to your geography part. Okay, where is Simlipal tiger reserves? Where is Sundarban tiger reserve? What about Sayadri tiger reserve? What about Periyar tiger reserve? Where it is? So this is also a little portion of your geography. Now, moving on, the fourth problem that we have, is about, please pay attention, it is about environmental pollution and sustainable development. Environmental pollution and sustainable development. That is what we saw. So, we saw climate change, we saw the issues of biodiversity loss. Linked to biodiversity loss is the protected areas, because you want to protect the biodiversity. The next one is your unsustainable development, or the issues of sustainable development, and linked to that is also your environmental pollution. Linked to that is also your environmental pollution. So, these are the issues that we have. Then what do you have? Then you have rest of the things as miscellaneous things. So, let me first start off the topic of the day, that is the climate change. That is the climate change. The first major issues. What are the issues that we have in the climate change? Climate change mein issues kya hain? The first issues that we have. No. The first issue that we have is about, there was a COP. There was a COP that is taking place. COP 30 of what? UNFCCC. UNFCCC. COP, that is COP 30 that has taken place. Then you have a issue called as Blue NDC Challenge. Now we know what is NDC. NDC is Nationally Determined Contributions. So Blue NDC is, blue always is linked to ocean. See, what I am telling you right now is, when you read a topic, okay, when you read a topic, just by looking at the name, so for example, when I say Vishal, or when I say a student whose name is, let's say, Vishal, and I know this is the image of Vishal, this is how Vishal will ask me a question, this is what his strengths are, this is what his weaknesses are, right? Just by taking a name, okay? Only in news first, UPSC. So I can understand that Vishal will ask me this type of question. Vishal has this strength, Vishal has that strength. So depending on the name, you should have a brief outlook that should come in your mind. When I say Blue NDC, what is blue? Blue is always related to oceans. NDC is Nationally Determined Contributions. India has made some contribution that we will make this effort for reducing the climate change. Okay? So you will have to start just by looking at the name. Food waste breakthrough. Breakthrough is something that gives you an idea about how to solve a problem. He got a breakthrough through a problem. So food waste breakthrough. So we know that food waste is a problem. We have probably got a breakthrough, some idea, some innovation, right, to solve the problem of food waste breakthrough. So we will try to cover like this. What am I trying to tell you by this topic? By this topic, I am pointing out that what is the current affair that has been asked, and whenever simply when you simply read a word, right, you should have a basic idea कि यार इसमें क्या होगा, what is expected in this topic. Okay, once you have that mindset, no, and once you start reading, you relate more. Let me first start with the first topic of the day. The first topic of the day is this one, climate change. The first topic is this one, UNFCCC COP Belém in Brazil. So very simple. COP has taken place at the Belém, right? So COP 30. Let me write it here for you. In the keywords, we will write the keywords here side by side only. So this was this COP 30 that has taken place in Belém. Where is Belém? It is there in Brazil. Okay, it is, this year's conference has been called as the Conference of Implementation. इसको Conference of Implementation दे रहे हैं. Basically, you will see that this is called as the problem. This has been called as the Conference of Implementation. Till now, what has been the problem? Till now, what has been the problem? The problem has been there, whatever we have mentioned in the climate change. हमने जो भी चीज climate change में mention की हुई है, right? We have just had discussion. We will do this, we will do this, we will do this, we will create this fund, we will go for loss and damage, we will go for other things. We have just discussed. There has not been implementation. We are only discussing, and therefore in this slide, it is seen that this conference should be the conference of implementation. Try to implement the issues. try to implement the solutions to the issues. So this is called as the conference of implementation. You are talking about the conference has ended with a Bellum political package. There is a political package that has come. So this is called as the Bellum political package. What about the conference? What is COP? We have already discussed what is a COP. COP is, this is a COP to UNFCCC. What is it? It is the supreme decision making body. It is a supreme decision making body for the climate convention. Whenever we talk about climate convention, it is one of the most important bodies. Okay. Many of the countries, they have ratified UNFCCC. Sabse pehla COP, this was taken place in Berlin in 1995. Okay. How does the COP rotates? Now, this is COP 30, right? This is taking place COP 30. Abhi 30 wala chal raha hai. How does the rotation take place? The rotation takes place, the rotation takes place among the 5 UN regions. There are 5 UN regions. UN के regions 5 बना दिए गए हैं and उनके बीच में in between them the presidency starts rotating. What are the regions? The regions are 1. Asia Pacific, Africa, you have Latin America, you have Eastern Europe, and you have others. And you have the others. So within these 5 regions, the presidency keeps on rotating. Okay. All of you can download these notes. You can keep these notes with you. You can download these notes. You can keep these notes with you. Once you keep these notes, you can start underlining, right? Or as I'm speaking, you can also take the notes of it, or you can just also hear whatever you feel. Whatever you feel is better. Now, about COP 30. This COP 30 was held in Belém in Brazil. Belém में हुआ था, Brazil में ये held हुआ था. Okay, it has concluded with the adoption of Belém package. इसका result क्या हुआ? That you had seen, there is this Belém political package that has come now. There is a Belém political package that has been given. The final outcome, they said that initially there was mentioned that we will remove the fossil fuel phase out. That was mentioned, usko finally हमने remove कर दिया गया था. Basically, their main idea was to have a agreement on climate finance. ठीक है, have a agreement on the climate finance. So what have I said? So far, I have said this. So far, what have we said? We have said, please pay attention, we have said that there was UNFCCC COP 30 that took place in Brazil. We understand what is COP, the Supreme Decision Making Body. I'll just tell 5 points after the topic. Okay, please pay attention. COP 30, Belém में, Brazil में हुआ. What is COP? We understand, Supreme Decision Making Body. Where does the conference take place? In Brazil, that we saw. The presidency keeps on rotating within the 5 UN regions. The presidency, okay, within the 5 UN region. The UN region is divided into 5: Asia Pacific, you have Africa, you have Eastern Europe, you have Europe, and then you have Latin America. Inke beech mein there is rotation that is taking place. Now, COP 30 that take place in Belém, there was a Belém political package. What does this Belém political package finally mention? That we will have an agreement. This is the COP of implementation. We will have an agreement on what has to be done with respect to the climate finance. आ जाओ, अब और क्या outcomes रहे हैं about COP 30? What are the other outcomes of the COP 30? You will see this one. You will see this one is an important one, that there was this, you want me to zoom? There was this Belém Health Action Plan. There was this Belém Health Action Plan that has taken place. 1 minute, please. Yeah. there was a health action plan. This is the first global plan on the climate health risk. हमारी risk health की बात नहीं हो रही है. We are talking about the health risk to the earth, to the globe. So the first global plan on the climate related health risk. ठीक है? You talk about zoonotic surveillance, you talk about climate justice, you talk about health equity. So this was one outcome, Bellum Health Action Plan. The second, very important, is Tropical Forest Forever Facility. Please remember that one of the solution that we have, for climate change is to increase the green cover, to increase the forest. And which type of forest? The tropical forest. The tropical forest, they can absorb a lot of carbon dioxide and the greenhouse gases. So Brazil, they have formally launched the Tropical Forest Forever Facility. In case, what is this tropical forest called? Anybody? Anybody knows what is tropical forest called as? If, I'll give you a hint, if wetlands are called as kidneys of the planet, what does our kidney do? They filter the pollutants. The tropical forests are called as, do we know this? If wetlands are called as the kidneys of the planet, what is tropical forest called as? The tropical forests are called as, come on, we don't know. Yes, the tropical forests are called as the lungs of the earth. What do the lungs do? Correct, they are not called heart, they are called as the lungs. What do lungs do? Right, they allow for the exchange of the gases, carbon dioxide, oxygen, carbon dioxide, oxygen. Okay, respiratory system. So similarly, the tropical forest, they allow for the carbon sinks, they will absorb carbon dioxide. Correct. So Brazil has formally launched the Tropical Forest Forever facility. What does this mean? They will pay for the performance. This is a payment for the performance model. Okay. They will reward the tropical forest countries in case you are able to. In case you are able to conserve the forest. Okay. If they are able to conserve the forest, you will be given money. This aims to mobilize USD 125 billion. They said we will be mobilizing 125 billion through public and private investments. Through public and private investments, we will be able to mobilize this. Okay. Brazil has also given the first $1 billion facility, investment in the facility. So, ये जो जितने उनको mobilize करने हैं $125 billion, Brazil has also given the commitment. And they will give $1 billion for this facility. ठीक है? Between this. Last breath empire, please don't spam the chat. I have read your comment. ठीक है? I have read your comment. Albudo, please, last breath empire, do not spam the chat. Please don't do that, बच्चे. Albudo, allow me 1 minute. 1 minute, बच्चे. I'll just have the solution to it. 1 minute. Okay. all of you, all of you, there was a concern that has been raised by Al Budu that how many of you are not able to download this? How many of you are not able to download this? Al Budu. All of you, yeah. How many of you not able to download it? I was given a problem that was mentioned. I have communicated to the team right away. I have communicated to the team right away. You will be able to download it. You will be able to download it right now. Okay? Al Budu, आपने concern raise किया. You raised a concern. Sachin, Chiku says I can. Pavan says I can. I think they can you can also download then Albedo, but still I have communicated to the team that they will download this, they will keep this in the app right away and you will be able to do it. Okay, chalo, rest who've been able to download it, I should proceed with the class. And some of your questions like what is the effect on the environment, paper waste, what is the effect on other things, okay? Such in every action that you do, you will have a relation with the environment. But that does not mean we will not change, right? We have to change. And please don't spam the chat. I will not answer if you spam the chat. I am very good at reading the comments. I read the comments right away. I will not answer if you spam the chat. Once is fine. If you keep on asking me the same doubt, I don't think I will be succumbing to that pressures. Okay? Now, okay, all of you, tree gets funding for forever. Yes, tropical forest forever forest facility. It's like your best friend forever, right? Best friend forever, right? And facility always. Remember the terms facility means environment. Okay? Remember the term facility is with respect to money. With respect to money. Okay, I have told that this will be available in the app. You will be able to download it right away. Okay? Those who are not been able to download it. Let me start off the class, please. Let me start off the class, please. That where are we? We are in the, okay, we are at COP30. We are there in the Belem. In the Belem, this was the COP30 that has taken place. Clear? In the Belem, the COP30 has taken place. What is COP and what has been the outcome of COP30? The outcome of COP30 has been a health action plan, has been tropical forever facility. There has also been a conference called as Santa Marta conference. Okay, basically we want to examine that if we phase out fossils, right? Fossils means carbon, your coal, your petroleum. If you phase out, what will be the impact of it? What will be the legal impact? What will be the economic impact, the social impact, and the technological impact? Okay, Marta, Santa Marta. How do you remember this? If you try to phase out the fossil fuels, अगर आपने मार ही दिया, मरता ही कर लिया, what will be the economic, legal, social impact of this? Then the next one, you also had Balm 4x sustainable fuel pledge. ठीक है, 4x करना चाह रहे हैं. We are trying to quadruple the production and use of sustainable fuels by 2035. For example, what is the sustainable fuel? Hydrogen fuel. It is a sustainable fuel. You want to, now we are more reliant on coals and petroleum. And we want to give away from the coal and petroleum. So we need sustainable fuels like hydrogen fuels and etc. How will we try to quadruple them? So that is about the quadrupling of the sustainable fuel. Then we also had Berlin political package. This is about the political negotiation. You know that political negotiation, they never get fulfilled. So we wanted to avoid this. Finally, this was fossil fuel phase out was given off. So fossil fuel, जो आपका कोल है, पेट्रोलियम है, उसका फेज आउट अवॉइड करना चाह रहे हैं, तो आपने 2-year क्लाइमेट फाइनेंस नेगोशिएशन स्टार्ट किया है, सो दैट यू कैन हैव सम idea about it. So please pay attention. I'll quickly revise. Belem, what are the outcomes? There were 5 outcomes that took place. The 5 outcome is tropical forest forever facility, Santa Marta conference, Belem sustainable fossil fuel pledge, and there was this Belem political पैकेज. सो हेल्थ की बात की है, बेस्ट फ्रेंड फॉर एवर की बात की है, ठीक है. Okay, best friend forever, that is tropical forest forever facility, sustainable fossil fuel production quadruple karna cha rahe hain. We want to phase out the fossil fuels. What would be the economic, social, legal, political impact? And then there was this Berlin political package. This is what? This is COP30. This is the COP30 that has took place in the Brazil. I am moving on. I am moving on to the next one. That. Okay. Then there was also another five outcomes. Okay, another 5 outcomes, that is about this. The other 5 outcomes have been the Belém Declaration on Hunger, Poverty and People-Centric Climate Action. They said that this declaration on hunger, poverty, these are the problems because of the climate change. Okay? They said that they will support 43 countries and EU. They will prioritize adaptation, social protection. Basically, you want to help people who are facing the problems of hunger and poverty. There was also this global multi-round decisions, okay, that you will give some finance. Every time you talk about that, we will double the finance, we will give this much of money annually, we will go for adaptation in a better manner. Okay, for this you have also created a platform, global multi-round platform. So whatever you talk, the first 5 were more important than the next 5. Okay, the first 5 were more important than the rest 5. So out of 10, the first 5 that are important I have already told you. Okay, economic impact I have already told, so Subhendra, correct? So what were the first 5? It was about tropical forest, it was about health, it was about sustainable food production, it was about political package. The next 5 are the same that you talk about every year. You talk about tripling the finances, doubling the finances, helping the poor, poverty, hunger mein, multi-round decision. You've also created a platform for that. Okay? You will go for cooperation, capacity building. वही सब जो बातें हमेशा करते हैं. That is the next one. Now, you should know that what has India said? What has India said? What are the India's initiative? India के क्या initiative हैं? India supported the health plan. India supported the tropical forest. India supported the tropical forest forever facility. India supported the health plan. India also supported that 4x. We will talk about 4x pledge that we have said. Okay. India also said that we will also go for adaptation finance. We'll support the adaptation finance. Okay. So this was about the India's initiative. What has India said? So this was the first topic that we had, that was about COP30 and Belém. COP30 Belém, the first 5 goals are more important and we have already covered that in detail. The second topic with respect to climate change is about blue NDC challenge. As I have told you before, whenever you look at the topic, you try to have a framework in your mind. What is blue? Blue is related to ocean. NDC, the nationally determined contribution. What is nationally determined contribution? Nationally determined contribution is a voluntary initiative, okay, where the countries voluntarily tell that how much can I contribute for reduction of the problem, how much can I contribute, how much solution can I give so that we can tackle the problem of climate change. I'll repeat. Nationally determined contribution is a voluntary initiatives wherein the countries, they themselves come and tell that this is what we can do so that we can tackle the problem of climate change. Now, एक बहुत बड़ा debate है, right? एक बहुत बड़ा debate है climate change में, that everybody should have that binding agreement, binding commitment. I will reduce this much of fossil fuel. This is binding. If you have not done, you will be punished. India says, please don't put binding commitments on me and other developing countries. Why? Because our priority is development. We cannot think about reducing global warming or greenhouse gases alone. India says, you developed world should take more responsibility. I will take up voluntary responsibility. I will take up voluntary responsibility. Don't give me binding targets, because I have to go for development also. There is problem of poverty, hunger, etc. So I have to go for that development also. So I will not have binding commitment. I will give voluntary commitments. And the example of voluntary commitment is nationally determined contribution. So in that context, I am explaining you this topic. Okay. Many countries, they have now joined this blue NDC challenge. This blue NDC challenge that was there in COP30 in Belém. We said that we will go for acceleration of ocean-based climate actions. Acceleration of ocean-based climate actions. We will have some initiatives for the oceans so that they can reduce the global warming, they can reduce the greenhouse gases. We know that Paris Agreement ke andar, the countries, they have submitted their NDC to reduce the problem of climate change. Historically, this NDC, they have already focused. Historically, NDC ne kis pe focus kiya hai? Historically, the NDC have focused on land and energy sectors alone. We have never given a explicit focus on the ocean. Oceans पे कभी explicit focus नहीं दिया गया था. ठीक है? Now Blue NDC challenge integrates ocean and climate solution. We will now go for focusing on the ocean also. That we will try to keep the attention of the oceans. Now what is about this Blue NDC challenge? It is a global initiative that was launched by France and Brazil. Okay, at 3rd UN Ocean Conference. There was this UN Ocean Conference bhi hota hai. Okay? So UN Ocean Conference that was there in 2025. This initiative was launched, and now what have we done? The 17 countries, they have joined the challenge. So Blue NDC, ye idea kab aayi thi? Please pay attention. Blue NDC, the idea came up in the 3rd Ocean Conference. There was this 3rd Ocean Conference that took place in 2025. The idea then came. Now, why are we talking about this in Belém then? Because many countries, 17 countries have joined this challenge now. Now the idea is spreading to different countries. So 17 countries joined this. Okay. India has also joined this as an observer. We have also joined this as an observer. What are we talking about? That we will try to also include the ocean-based climate solution. The ocean-based climate solution in the NDC. Whatever are the NDCs that are given by the nation, also incorporate the ocean into them. Anybody knows what are the NDC targets of India? What are the NDC targets of India? What are the NDC targets of India? Do you know about it? The NDC targets of India are 3. हमने 3 NDC target दिए थे. We had this 3 NDC targets. That we will become net zero. No. We will become net zero. Net zero carbon emission. Yes, very good. Net zero carbon emission. That was one of the target. We wanted to reduce the energy emission intensity by 45%, and we wanted to go for 50% of the fuel production from renewable sources, right? 50% of non-fossil based fuel sources, right? 45% of energy emission intensity. Okay, and then we have to become net zero carbon by 2070. Reduction GDP emission intensity by 45%. Reducing GDP emission intensity by 45%. We have to become net zero. We have to become net zero by 2070, and we have to go for the fossil production should be 50%. Okay? That is what we had. So did we talk about oceans? No. We never had oceans in our NDC. Now what we have to do? Now the nations, the world over, they are talking about that in our NDC, we will also talk about incorporating the ocean capacity. Why are we focusing so much on ocean capacity? Why are we focusing on ocean capacity? हम ocean capacity पे focus क्यों कर रहे हैं? Why are we giving so much of attention to ocean? Because you should know that this was a report. This was a report given by IPCC that nearly 83%, IPCC ने बताया था that 83% of the greenhouse gases are absorbed by the oceans. Oceans absorb करते हैं इतने greenhouse gases. Ocean has so much of potential. So why have we left oceans? That was the question that was raised by the countries. Please incorporate oceans into your NDCs too. That is what we have. Okay? So this is that is what we have. India is not a participant as of December 2025. We were just an observer. We were just an observer then. So we have done two topics. One was BELM. The other is about your blue NDC. दोनों ही important topics हैं because of climate change. Now the next one, the third topic is about sustainable transport mission. We are going for sustainable transport mission. Right? You know National Action Plan on Climate Change? National Action Plan on Climate Change के अंदर ये आया है Sustainable Transport Mission. First, NAPCC के अंदर first time this new mission has been launched. Now, how will you think? You will think about what is National Action Plan on Climate Change. As the name suggests, it is a national plan. So, it is India's plan. What is it? It is an action plan. Action plan? क्या action? किसके against action? For climate change. So, National Action Plan for Climate Change के अंदर we have first time mentioned about Sustainable Transport Mission. Okay, first let's understand what is National Action Plan on Climate Change. It is launched, it's a plan that was launched in 2008. Okay, it is a comprehensive, it is India's comprehensive climate policy framework with 8 missions. So, it is my plan, it is my action plan, India's action plan. How will we combat climate change? There are 8 missions into it. There were 8 missions. We had mentioned about solar mission. We will go for more solar energy production. We will go for enhanced energy efficiency. There was sustainable habitat. There was this water mission, protection of Himalayan ecosystem, Green India mission, sustainable agriculture and strategic knowledge for climate change. So there were 8 missions under them, under National Action Plan for Climate Change. क्या 8 missions थे? Solar energy पे just a minute, I'll just say these 8 in little of Hindi so that you can revise and you can remember better. Solar पे focus करेंगे, energy emission intensity को ठीक करेंगे, Himalayas पे focus करेंगे, ठीक है, strategic knowledge पे we will focus on the agriculture, we will focus on the water, we will go for Green India mission, greening, that means forestry को करेंगे, and we will also go for sustainable habitat. Now we will incorporate sustainable transport. We want to have that kind of transport that has low impact on the environment. That means we have to use what? Renewable sources. We will go for more renewable sources. We know that it is also one of the NDC that 50% of the energy should come from non-fossil fuel based energy. So we want to go for sustainable transport. That is why we are focusing here. So you will have to use biofuels. You will have to go for hydrogen fuel cells. We will go for electric vehicles. Especially in the public transport, we will have to focus on this. So this is what has come. Sustainable Transport Mission has been put in our action plan. National Climate Change, National Action Plan for Climate Change. It was an easy one, a simple thing. Out of 8 missions in the National Action Plan for Climate Change, the 9th one has been added now. Now, the next one. So we have done BELM, COP13. We have also covered the topic of the Sustainable Transport Mission. We have also covered the blue NDC. Now moving on to the 4th topic, that is food waste breakthrough. As the name suggests, food waste pe there will be a breakthrough. Okay. Basically, what is the idea? The idea was launched in COP30. COP30 में launch किया था. What we want? We want to reduce the food waste. We want to reduce the food waste by half. half करेंगे food waste को. Whatever is the food waste, we want to reduce it by half by 2030. So in the next 4 years, we want to reduce the food waste by half. So it is a global initiative at halving the food waste by 2030. Who launched it? The United Nations Environment Program and the partners. When did they launch it? COP30. Who launched it? When did they launch it? What is the aim? We have covered this. ठीक है, किसने लॉन्च किया, कहाँ लॉन्च किया, एम क्या था, वी हैव कवर्ड दिस. So this was about the food waste breakthrough. I'm covering that topic for you. We have seen why you want to reduce the food waste and how is food waste linked to climate change. आपने climate change के अंदर ये लाया है, Bellum के अंदर ये लाया है. That means food waste is linked to climate change. That is why you've got this initiative. So please pay attention about the food waste program. It was launched by UNEP and its partners. We've seen under 2030 climate solutions. Okay, we want to halve the food waste by 2030. We have already seen this. And you also want to reduce the emission, methane emission by 7%. So you know that while there is production of paddy, there is methane gas that is released. While there is production of many crops, there is methane gas that is released. Even the cow, right? Even the cows and the cattle, they released methane gas in the environment. So if you reduce the food waste, you reduce the greenhouse gases and therefore you reduce the global warming. So you also want to reduce the methane emission by 7%. Okay. Who will give the money? The money with respect to this is given by Global Environment Facility. Global Environment Facility. How will you reduce the food waste? You will have to, how will you reduce the food waste? You will have to reduce the food waste by promoting organic waste separation. You will have to go for circular infrastructure. You will have to reduce the food waste in procurement. So food waste को कम करना है, तो कहाँ से कम करेंगे? Whatever is the food waste, you will have to reduce. First, the government procures it. Government is the major procurement जो MSP मिलती है farmers को. There's lot of food wasted in the procurement. Lot of food is lying in the Food Corporation of India के godown में, right? There's lot of food waste that is lying there. So you have to reduce the waste. You will have to reduce the waste to prevent the waste in procurement. Know that how much is the need, what we'll have to do if you procure so much. Invest in circular infrastructure, right? That you will have to create some infrastructure so that it can be preserved, it can be reutilized, it can be stored, it can be moved forward. And you also have to go for organic waste suppression. Who gives the money? GF gives the money, correct? So this is about your food waste breakthrough. Every nation, they should actually try to reduce the food waste. We know this. This was the third or fourth topic that we have done. Now, the next important topic in news is about this one. That is India's carbon credit trading scheme targets. India's carbon credit trading scheme targets. Okay, now this is India, this is my country's scheme. The Indian government, they have now set that greenhouse gas emission intensity targets for heavy industrial sectors, under carbon credit trading scheme. Now what does this context mean and what I understand from the topic? India's carbon credit trading scheme. So I should know what? I know what is India. I should know what is carbon credit trading scheme. How many of you know what is carbon credit trading scheme? What is carbon credit trading scheme? Please pay attention. Please pay attention to this. Whenever carbon credit trading. Suppose this is a country or this is a industry A. This is a industry A, and this is a industry B. This is a industry B. I'm just explaining with the help of industry so that you understand better. This industry A, let's say iron and steel industry, iron and steel industry. They were given a target that you will emit, let's say 100 ton of CO2. They are given a target of you will emit 100 ton of CO2. Okay, so this is the target that they have given, that you will emit 100 ton of CO2. Similarly, this is a, let's say, sector B. Let's say this is energy production. This is energy production. They were also given a target that you will, let's say, produce 100 ton of CO2. 100 ton. दोनों को 100 ton दिया था. Now, lot of efforts have come on the industry. Solar energy, hydrogen fuel cell, many initiatives have come. This industry did not release 100 ton of CO2. It only released 70 ton of CO2. They exceeded, they performed very well. They excelled, they performed very well. They released only 100 CO2, ton CO2 was given the target. आप इतना reduce कर सकते हो target. Similarly, iron and steel को भी they were given the target of, the target was 100 ton of CO2. Iron and steel industry, they did not have any initiative, they did not have any, they did not do any innovations. So, iron and steel industry, they emitted, let's say, 130 ton. In reality, what did they emit? 130 ton was emitted, was released. So, they did not complete their target. Okay? They did not complete the target. Now, in case they don't complete the target, they will know that we will have to face punishment. So, what do? They say, they ask the iron and steel industry, ask the energy production industry that you have surpassed your target. They will say yes. So, please give me this 30 ton. If you give me this 30 ton, I will complete my target. You are my good friend. Please give me this 30 ton. So, energy production wala jo industry, they said, what am I getting? If I give you, what am I getting? I have done a good work. I have done innovations. We have went an extra mile. What will I get? So, iron and steel industry, that I will give you money. तुम मुझे carbon dioxide दो, मैं तुमको पैसे दूंगा. You give me carbon dioxide, I will give you money. They said, okay, fine. You give me money. I will innovate more. I will innovate more, and then I will give you more carbon dioxide. You don't perform. They're like, forget about the future. Tell me right now, you give me 30 ton of CO2. I'll give you money. So this is what? This is trading. Trading has been done of what? Of the carbon credit. Of the carbon. Isko kehte hain carbon credit. Now, under this context, you have to see the news that India's carbon credit trading scheme targets. India has given targets now to the India has given targets. India has set greenhouse gas emission targets for heavy industry. Yes, it is under Kyoto Protocol. Correct, Sachin. Carbon market has been created under Kyoto Protocol. Carbon market uske andar aaya hai. Okay. So, Indian government has set greenhouse gas emission targets for 8 to 9 heavy industrial sector. I am not saying that will happen, Dharani. I am just giving an example. Can pay however they want and will not. It is not that. Everybody is taking efforts, right? The iron and steel industry is also taking efforts. I am just giving an example. Okay. What are the sectors that have been covered? The sectors that have been covered: aluminum sector, cement sector, paper and pulp sector, chloralkali sector, iron and steel industry, textile sector, petrochemical and petroleum refineries. Okay. Now, what is the target that we have given? Yeah, 8 out of 9 heavy industries ke liye we have given the target, and these are the 8 industries. What is the target? That average 1.68% of annual reduction in emission intensity. 1.6% of annual reduction, ठीक है, in the energy emission intensity, in the emission intensity. When was this launched? The carbon credit trading scheme was launched into 2023. It is a mechanism to reduce the greenhouse gases through carbon pricing, ठीक है, through carbon pricing, through carbon pricing. We are looking at the current developments that have taken place. Cute girl, cute girl. आजकल तो इतना डर लगता है, you don't know whether the cute girl is actually a cute girl or is it a cute boy, ठीक है, because I have now lately realized that you don't know if Vishal is Vaishali or Vaishali is Vishal. So I'm just taking your names, whatever you have written here, okay. Are we covering protocols in the later half of the day? What do you want to cover in the protocols? We are covering the current developments. Protocols, I have given you the names. I have given you the names. ठीक है, आ जाओ. About India's carbon credit scheme, it was launched in 2023. ठीक है, it is a mechanism designed to reduce the greenhouse gas emission through carbon pricing. You want to reduce the greenhouse gases through carbon pricing. Okay, we want to do what? We want to decarbonize the Indian economy. We want to decarbonize the Indian economy. And this is what we've seen. You can see this is the emitter A, this is the emitter B. The emitter B has achieved the target, they have some space left, they have exceeded the target, so they are giving, they are selling, they are purchasing. This is the carbon market. नया market ही create हो गया है, that is the carbon market. So this was about carbon pricing. What is the carbon pricing? Please pay attention here. About the carbon pricing. About the carbon pricing. You will see that what is carbon pricing? It is a policy instrument. It is a policy instrument that assigns a financial cost to the greenhouse gas emission to incentivize emission reduction and work towards clean energy. So we are trying to give good incentive. We are trying to give good incentive, and we are trying to give a financial cost to the greenhouse gas emission. Basically, what is the idea? The idea is polluters should pay. Who is a polluter? The polluters should pay. Once you pay out of the pocket, no, it pinches. So then you realize it is better not to go for greenhouse gas emission. Let us innovate and let's start working. Okay, make the emitters pay for the environmental damage. Okay, what are the other initiatives? You know that there is NDC that India has taken. There is renewable energy certificates. Okay, if a product is coming from the renewable energy, they are giving some incentives, they are giving some benefits. Renewable energy certificates. There is also mission life. Okay, we want to become pro planet people. We are what? We are Indians, we are pro planet people. That is what the aim is at. You also have green credit program. Green credit program. The green credit program, mission life, renewable energy certificates. There is this NDC. We know what is NDC. Green credit program. Basically, it was given under Environment Protection Act. You are trying to, this was given under Environment Protection Act, statutory act है, voluntary initiative है, market based mechanism to incentivize green plantation. So if you go for green plantation, if you have given this much of green plantation, you are given some money. Market based money is given. Okay? Now, so this was about what are the efforts that India has now taken. Moving on to the next one. Can you tell me that what have we done? Please pay attention. We have done BELM, COP30. We have done food waste breakthrough. We have done sustainable transport mission. We have done India's scheme for carbon credit market mechanism. Now, who overlooks the carbon credit market system? ये जो carbon credit market system है, which ministry will look? जो इंडिया में carbon markets are getting operationalized, which ministry looks into it? Which ministry looks into it? Which is the ministry that should look into the... Yeah, we've done blue NDC also. Very good, Sachin. We've done blue NDC also. Which is the ministry that look into it? PFF तो बेलम में ही आ गया प्रशांत. Ministry of Home Affairs, will it look into it? Disaster Management Ministry, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, which ministry will look? Obviously, Ministry of Environment Facility, Ministry of, thank you, Unnati, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOEF and CC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. So that's the next topic. What is the next topic? Who is the nationally designated authority? Who is the nationally designated authority? कौन है nationally designated authority for carbon market? For the carbon market, who is the designated authority? It is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. They will operationalize the carbon markets under Paris Agreement. Kyoto Protocol has been now taken overlooked by Paris Agreement. Okay? They have been now overlooked by Paris Agreement. So it is the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change that is designated authority. Basically, हर country को there was this, every country had this mandatory criteria that under Article 6 of Paris Agreement there should be a NDA. So NDA तो चाहिए ही था हमको. NDA means Nationally Designated Authority. So we wanted to have a designated authority that will overlook carbon markets. That was mandatory under Article 6 of Paris Agreement. So this was established in August 2025. This will be chaired by the future aspirants. This is chaired by Secretary of MOEF and CC, the Secretary to the Ministry of Environment, Facility and Climate Change. It will have, yes, it will also, it is basically it is presided by MOEF and CC, but there are other members also. You have Ministry of Representatives from MNRE, you have Ministry of External Affairs, there's Niti Aayog, Ministry of Steel also, that is there. But the majority representation is of Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. What do? They will tell what activities will come under carbon credit projects. Like we have given 8 heavy industries is coming under carbon credit projects. They will see that they will actually review and approve the projects, whether the projects are generating the carbon reduction or not. They will have an overall idea which all projects will be coming under the emission reduction unit, which all industry will come. And why have we created this? Because it is a requirement under Paris Agreement of UNFCCC. They will be the whole and sole authority. Okay? Now, what is Paris Agreement? What is Paris Agreement और ये कहाँ से आया? We've seen there is United Nations Framework Convention to Combat Climate Change, right? There was this UNFCCC, a major convention. In that, you had seen there was this Kyoto Protocol. Kyoto Protocol tha. Kyoto Protocol has expired now. Kyoto Protocol has expired now. Okay. Now, who has taken the place of Kyoto Protocol then? Who has taken the place of Kyoto Protocol? That is your Paris Agreement. That is the Paris Agreement. So, by 2020, it was applicable only till 2020. Till 2020, it was there. Now, instead of Kyoto Protocol, we have a Paris Agreement. अभी तक हम agreement पे ही हैं, ठीक है? So Paris Agreement के under Article 6 पे they have mentioned that you will have a nationally designated authority. So what is Article 6 of Paris Agreement? What is Article 6 of Paris Agreement? Article 6 of Paris Agreement provides a framework for international cooperation on climate action. So they said that we will cooperate internationally to combat climate action. They provide that what is the mechanism for carbon credit, how do we go for carbon credits, how do we collaborate on emission reduction. Okay, so you can go for bilateral trading, you can go for multilateral trading, any type of trading is allowed. Okay, and it is supervised by UN. UN इसको supervise करता है. So इसके rules of procedure they were finalized at COP29. At COP29, what will be the rule? How will we trade? What is the policy? Who all can trade? What is the framework that was finalized by COP29 in Baku? Okay, so this was a breakthrough that had reached here in COP29 in Baku. Okay, now moving on. We know what is a carbon market. हमने देख लिया what is a carbon market, and we have also seen what is our NDC commitment. We have seen the NDC commitment. Correct? It is, what is a carbon market? It is a market to purchase carbon credit to offset the greenhouse gas emissions. One carbon credit is equal to 1 metric ton of CO2. We have seen what is the NDA. So now why were we seeing this? Because who is the designated authority? Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change is the designated authority. The secretary, it is chaired by the secretary, basically none but the IS officers, right? Secretary, and they have representations from other ministries as well. ठीक है? How many of you have seen this latest program series that has come up? How many of you have seen the latest series that have come up? Aspirants 3. How many of you have seen Aspirants 3? Let me know. Let me guess. Prashant, Dharani, Maya, Kundu. Maya, no, I'm not there. Okay, I am at my own place now. I have left Delhi. I am working from home, which is a bliss. Okay. How many of you have seen Aspirant 3? And why am I talking about it? Why am I talking about it in the middle of the class? Because it will make sense. I don't want to waste your time, but I'm just talking about it so that I give you some idea. Yes. Vishakha Patil ने देख लिया. Aspirant 3 new वाली. No ma'am, very good. प्रशांत थोड़ा. ठीक है. See. Why am I talking about it? Dreams live forever. I am talking about it so as to help you understand whatever you read in the newspaper, whatever you read in the books, right? When you know, the moment I read that it is presided by the secretary, I know it will be presided by an IS officer, somebody from the civil services. It has to be presided by that. Now when you read this and you know that this level of decision making is done. Okay, this level of decision making is done by someone who cracks the examination. Okay, very good. IE edits. Okay, if you have not seen, it is good that you are focusing on the examination. But then after your prelim is over, one day you can sit and watch the show after the prelims is over. Why am I talking about it? Because you will, when you watch series, when you watch current affairs, you know what kind of decision making is done by the future civil servants, and that serves as an inspiration. Oh, this is done by a secretary. They are the designated authority. Such important level of decision making is done. And why did I say Aspirant 3? Because you will realize the nuances of the job. What kind of pressure is there? What all kinds of pressures are there? What happens in the system many times? How there can be small ego clashes can lead to big conflicts. Okay, those who have watched will be able to relate. How small ego clashes can lead to big conflicts. How the system can suffer because of this. How people, those for whom we are going for development, they can suffer. What is the pressure that a civil servant has to go through? What is the kind of responsibility that you will be in once you qualify the examination? And one sentence was there, one that many of you, you take stress now that I've not qualified prelims. It is a big stress. I have been there 2 times not qualifying prelims, and then every time qualifying the prelims successively, right? There was this lady, she says that kab struggle khatam hoga, when will this struggle get over, right? And a person says this struggle will never get over. We will be the aspirants for life. Okay? So now get used to all of this. Is it fine? You have to get used to all of this, that you will be in this, if you qualify, if you get into services, you will be in that pressure, you will be aspirants for life. And no matter just in services, anywhere that you go, whatever job you take, so much of competition, so much of, everybody is there seeking a replacement, correct? You can be replaced anytime, because such demographic profile is there in India. इतने young लोग हैं, इतना talent है, everybody is learning. Now knowledge is everywhere. Open YouTube, you have knowledge everywhere. So you will have to get serious, you will have to be inspired, you will have to take motivation somewhere and have to have that positive mindset that I am continuing, I'm a part of the system, I'm a part of this entire race. You call it a rat race, you call it as a success race, you call it as a losing race, whatever you call, you are a part of it. Okay? So that is a little more dose of motivation for you. No, Dharni. No, Dharni, that's not just the case. Anywhere you go, right? It boils down to people management. How do you manage people? How do you motivate? How do you convince? How do you share your concerns? How do you take into their concerns? Idiosyncrasies will be there. You are dealing with a lot of people, right? There will be idiosyncrasies, and it is there everywhere. Okay? It is there everywhere, not just in civil services. I am giving you an example of civil services because you are preparing for it. So aspirants for life, let us focus on the class now. Okay? Please pay attention. Bellum COP30 done. Blue NDC done. The NDA for the carbon credit market mechanism done. The Sustainable Transport National Action Plan done. NDC, National Determined Contribution of India, that is done. What is the targets that we have set for the industries? The carbon credit mechanism, the India's target has been done. Where are we now? We are at the global carbon pricing agreement for shipping industry. बहुत ही specific news है. Shipping industry है. There is a global carbon pricing agreement. So there's an agreement of how do you price the carbon globally for the shipping industry. What is the mechanism that I share for pricing of the carbon? So who is there? Whenever you try to read about shipping, you should know that there is an international maritime organization. जैसे UN होता है ना, United Nations, वैसे एक shipping के लिए you also have International Maritime Organization. It is a UN agency that is finalized the world's first global pricing carbon agreement, global carbon pricing agreement for the shipping industry. IMO has finalized it. What is the target? What is the framework? You have to achieve a net zero emission from international shipping by 2030. Okay? By 2030, we want to achieve a net zero emission from international shipping. What is the timeline? Okay, it will come into force next year, March 2027. Okay, the compliance will start in 2028. Okay, what will happen? It will try to have some mechanism, okay, of net zero carbon emission by 2050, not 2030, 2050. I'm so sorry. It starts from 2028. Okay, it will expected that you want to give some money ठीक है, you want to give some money, so there will be $10 billion annually that has to be given. But then it has been criticized that it is not achieving the target. US, as usual, they have existed the talks. US doesn't become a part of the talks. It is a country that is behaving not responsibly, and they said that if you do this, we will start taxing. You will start taxing. Yes, yes, Sim Rangi, correct. Okay, so this is about the thing. Now, what is IMO? I said no. For the first time, world has come to an agreement of what is the carbon pricing for the international shipping. And who is working for this? International Maritime Organization. See, this is the static part, Simran. IMO is a static part. So whatever is covered in the boxes, it's about the static. It is about the static part. What is an IMO? International Maritime Organization. Who is this? This is a UN specialized agency. What do? They look for safety and security of the shipping. They want to prevent atmospheric pollution. They want to prevent the pollution for the ship. When was it created? It was created in 1948 by a convention in Geneva. There was a convention in Geneva that adopted it in 1948. इतना static है, ठीक है? India has ratified the convention and India is one of the earliest member. Okay. What is it? Similar to UN, it also has a assembly council, it also has main committees, it has a subcommittees. You want to go for what? Safe, secure, efficient, environmentally sound and sustainable shipping. ठीक है? Safe. You should download it, Naveen Bambirwala. I've told you, I think you've come late. You can download this. You can download this in the app. So, International Maritime Organization. Why is there in news? Because of the first idea about how do we go for carbon pricing from the shipping. Okay, now the next news that we have is about Surat emission trading scheme. Surat is a city. Uski emission trading scheme आई है. So in Surat there was this emission trading scheme that was going on. As early as 2019. And what is getting traded? Emissions are getting traded. Emissions, कौन से emission? Carbon dioxide emission, methane emission, some other emission. It is particulate matter emissions, PM 2.5, PM 10 होता है ना, वो trade हो रहा है. PM emissions are getting traded. Now a report has come that this has led to a significant pollution reduction. अभी report आके क्या कह रही है कि ये बहुत अच्छा काम किया इन्होंने, ठीक है, 2019 से चल रहा है. Particulate emission reduction has been there, and this is the world's first market-based trading mechanism for PM. Why? Because Surat is very industrialized. There's a lot of cotton industries, textile industries that are there. So there was a lot of PM emission that was there. So they have come up with this trading scheme. Every industry they had this cap and trade. They said that you cap your emission, अपने emissions को कम करो and you can trade. Gujarat, lot of trade, lot of money. So they gave an incentive to the industries that you cap your emissions and you trade, you make money out of it. As it is, carbon has become a commodity now. So industries, they receive an emission cap. The industries, they said that you will go for the emission cap. And if the units that you are emitting below the cap sell the surplus permits. Okay? Those who are performing well, they will sell the surplus, and those who are not performing, they can purchase the permits. Okay? So where does this take place? This takes place on National Commodities and Derivative Exchange, E-Market Limited. So there's a platform, National Commodities and Derivatives E-Market Limited platform. Who has got this? The Gujarat Pollution Control Board. Every state has a pollution control board. Even Gujarat has it. And there was this, they have associated with the University of Chicago. They have associated with JPAL, and they have done this. Okay. नहीं, सूरत के लिए है. सूरत के लिए है, ठीक है, they want to reduce the pollution from the Surat. Okay, so this was about Surat emission trading system or the scheme. Now, see, such ideas can be taken from one city and can be implemented in the other cities also. Now, moving on to the next one, that is greenhouse gas emission intensity targets rule. Now, we know that there is a designated authority, Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. They have now created greenhouse gas emission intensity target rules 2025. So how much of what is the emission intensity and how much should the greenhouse gases be released? How much is the emission intensity? Now there have been targets for it, and what are the rules? Who has given? Obviously the National Designated Authority, Ministry of Forest, Climate and Change. They have given a new rules, the greenhouse gas emission intensity rules. They have said that now the energy intensive industries, they are aligning with the carbon credit trading scheme. We know that the heavy industries, they are coming under carbon credit trading scheme. Unke liye rules aayenge. When they come under the scheme, there will be rules. So the MOEF has given the rules. Okay, they have given the rules. Draft rules hai, so you don't need to have the, probably there's draft rules are not as important, but then still, in case you want to read, they are applying to 4 energy emission industries: cement, carbon, paper and pulp. कैप पे लगा हुआ है, कैप पे ही कैप लगाया है. सीमेंट, एल्यूमिनियम एंड पल्प एंड पेपर पे लगाया हुआ है. What is the mechanism? In case they fail, they will have to give the penalties to the Central Pollution Control Board. It is about carbon market mechanism. Okay, the carbon credits will be traded in the carbon market, and who will look into it? There will be Ministry of Power that is also looking into it. There is a Ministry of Power. Yes, there was also Ministry of Power that will be looking into it. What do you mean by greenhouse gas emission intensity? Greenhouse gas, we know what is greenhouse gas: carbon dioxide, methane, water vapor, ozone. These are greenhouse gases. Emissions, the greenhouse gases that are emitted. Intensity, ऐसे break करके पढ़ेंगे. Greenhouse gas emission intensity refers to the greenhouse gas emitted per unit of product output. So if 1 unit of paper is being produced, how much is the greenhouse gases getting released? That is called as greenhouse gas emission intensity. Okay? If the per unit of cement is being produced, what is the greenhouse gas that is coming out? They are called as greenhouse gas emission intensity. We have to reduce this. This is one of the nationally determined contribution. We have to reduce this. How is it measured? It is measured in CO2 equivalent. So greenhouse gases are many, right? Methane, water vapor, ozone, HCFC. These are greenhouse gases. But you have to have a same platform. So you compare all of them to carbon dioxide. So it is measured in ton of CO2 equivalent. Okay. This will help to reduce the pollution. This will help in environment efficiency. So now new rules have been come up for 4 industry. There are draft rules that Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change has given, that you will have to reduce greenhouse gas emission intensity by the 4 industry. What is the baseline? The baseline is 2023-24 and you will have to reduce by, there are some targets for 2025, 26, 26 and 27. समझ आ गया ये? Yes. What is CCUS? Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage. Yes. Okay. Correct. So this was about the next one. Now what is carbon credit trading scheme? We has already covered this. We have already covered this, but still अगर देखना है India के लिए है, India की carbon credit trading scheme है. We know for the global level you have carbon markets. India में भी also you have this carbon market. This is called as carbon credit trading scheme. It was launched under an act, Energy Conservation Act, to support Paris Agreement. It is a market-based mechanism for reduction of greenhouse gases. Who implements? Bureau of Energy Efficiency and the Ministry of Power. ठीक है. It is mandatory for power, steel, cement, fertilizers and petrochemicals. Okay, 1 ton of CO2 is traded. Carbon credit line is about 1 ton of CO2 that is getting traded. Is this fine? Is this fine? Now, once what you can do is, once we complete a topic, we are yet to complete climate change. But once we complete a topic, we will go to the index. Once we complete the target, we'll go to the index. Okay, the first one. This is what we've done so far. Please pay attention. What you can do is, for your revision just before the prelims and just after the class today, UNFCCC, whatever are the important points, just try to write this, the heading part here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. सिर्फ important parts लिखेंगे. COP13 ब्राजील का जैसे क्या है? There was this Belém political package. There was this Belém healthcare initiatives. Okay, there was this 4X initiative. There was about reduction of fossil fuels. Just write it. ठीक है? Okay, then blue NDC challenge. Talk about incorporating the oceans. What is it? India is a participant or not? Sustainable transport mission. Where we have got this? We have got this NAPCC. When was NAPCC launched? In 2008. What about food waste breakthrough? Half of the food waste. When did it come? Where did it come? India's carbon credit trading scheme. Who is the designated authority? What about this? This was given by IMO. When did this come? Okay. What about Surat emission trading scheme? This is for particulate matter. What about greenhouse gas emission? So try to write here only. So whenever you revise it, you know what to expect in it. Okay. So revise it today only and try to do this today. आज ही इसको कर लेना. 2, 3, 4 keywords, you can start doing it. Now coming on to the next one, what is left is this. What is left is this. Sulfur dioxide emission, International Court Justice Landmark Climate Change Ruling, India's path to climate health governance, climate finance taxonomy development. India launches first CCUS testbed. This is what Simran was saying, that we have, this was there in news. The important news is this. What is the research and development for CCUS? Okay. Rest of it, climate risk index. You should know what is global. ये हर साल आता है. Global methane status report, global cool watch report. So what is important is these one. Sulfur dioxide emission, IJC's landmarks, climate change ruling, India's path to climate health governance. These one are important. Rest all of these are reports. Who gives them? What is the idea? ये इससे ज़्यादा important. These 5 schemes are there. So sulfur dioxide emission, IJC's landmarks, climate change ruling, India's path to climate health governance, India launches first CCUS testbed, R&D roadmap for CCUS. So we'll first cover these 5. ठीक है? Yes, COP30 is the most important thing. Now, let me move on to this 5 topics first. Let me move on to these 5 topics first. Yeah. The carbon dioxide emissions. Recently, what has happened? Recently, Ministry of Environment has exempted most of the thermal plant from installing flue gas desulfurization method. So now, initially it was there that you have to go for flue gas FGD, that is flue gas desulfurization. But now Ministry of Environment has exempted most of the thermal plants. Why have they done that? Okay? Because FGD will reduce the sulfur dioxide. अगर आपने exempt किया मतलब there will be more SO2. ठीक है? Yes, definitely you can watch. Why not? Yes, definitely, Dharni. They can be used in the mains data. बिल्कुल use करना चाहिए in the introduction, in the examples to substantiate. Rohit, it is never late for acquiring knowledge, or it is never early for acquiring knowledge. Please start it. Rohit, I know you are my student. I remember there was no class today early in the morning, so you came here. Please, you can attend, right? As it is, geography environment is a very close topic to your heart. Aajao. Ministry of Environment Forest has exempted thermal plant from installing FGD. Now this is counterintuitive. Intuitive. The Ministry of Environment has exempted the thermal power plants from FGD. What will happen? There will be more SO2 emissions. Why should a ministry do that? And especially the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Why should they do this? Because they have said that hamara jo coal hai, that has low sulfur. You don't have much of the sulfur. That has low sulfur content. Only 0.3 to 0.5% of the SO2 is there, right? Only 0.3 or 0.5% of the SO2 is there. Only 0.3 to 0.5% of SO2 is there. So why should we? You can, we can go for exemption of it. That's what ministry is thinking. Okay? Even will it not have impact on the public health? Even if it is low SO2, will it not have impact on the health? Yes, that's what, Dharni, that is what they are saying. So they say that they have given that even if it is low SO2, the SO2 level are within the permissible limits. In most of the region, there's not much of SO2. So they will be within the permissible limit. So firstly, is there a need? No, not much need, because see, in case Sanjay Samuel dreams life forever, the screen looks blurry. If you have come late to the class, I have told you to download it. You can download it and you can start marking and writing what I'm saying. If you download it and keep it in front of you, it will not look as blurry, right? We have it on the app. It is there on pw.life. You can download it and you can start marking. Is it fine, Sanjay? Is it fine, dreams life forever? I have repeated this, I think, at least 6 times now. Okay. Okay, let me start. The Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have exempted the coal plants from FGD, and they say that will not affect much because the Indian coal has less SO2. Even the SO2 are within the health permissible limit, so it will not even impact the health. And they also give us a rationale of economic cost. It is 1.2 crore per megawatt. Okay, so it can, if you go for installing FGD of even about 97,000 megawatt, then it will cost about 1.16 lakh crore. Itna zyada paisa laghega. Okay, and if you just put tariff, if the tariff might also rise largely due to the fixed cost. So electricity ke cost बढ़ जाएंगे, because if you put a technology, where will the industries get the money from? They will have to pass it to the customers. If they pass it to the customer, the electricity tariffs might increase. There is also implementation concern. Why? One, there was this environmental rationale that it is not needed. Then economic cost, too much of economic cost you will have to pass to the customers. Then there are implementation concerns also. If I make it compulsory, we don't have that much of vendor capacity. There is limited vendor capacity. Not many FGDs are being introduced. They have delayed the compliance. Also, focus has shifted to particulate matter control. In case you want to reduce, you can go for reduction of PM also. We have seen Surat also doing better, which is cheaper and more effective. Okay. And if you go for FGD installation, you will have to, their installation, their production of FGD will increase carbon dioxide emission. तो आप जब FGDs बनाओगे तब उसमें जो एनर्जी लगेगी उसके लिए CO2 emission will be increased. And many of the power plants are already away from the densely populated areas. They are not near the densely populated areas. So It is fine even if we exempt the industries from the FGD. So why? What is the rationale? The Environment Ministry is working for the environment only. They have exempted because the production of FGD will increase CO2. There is limited vendor capacity. There will be tariff that will be passed to the consumers that can have another issues. Moreover, SO2, Indian coals do not have that much of SO2 also. That is why. That is why. Okay. So this was about the rationale. Why did they exempt? It is not counterintuitive. If you go in details, you will understand it. Now moving on to what do you mean by FGD? Flue gas desulfurization. Flue gas desulfurization. There is flue gas and we want to go for desulfurization. We want to reduce the sulfur there. So flue gas is released during the fossil fuel consumption. Whenever you burn the fossil fuels, there is a flue gas that is released, especially from the coal power plants. FGD units, they reduce the sulfur dioxide because sulfur dioxide can affect us, human health. It can also lead to acid rains. So that is why. Okay. How does that work? How does FGD reduces the sulfur? Basically, the SO2, that is sulfur dioxide, is reacted with limestone, the basic absorbent. Then therefore, there is neutral compound that can be removed from the exhaust. FGD is very, very powerful. They can eliminate up to 95% of SO2. They can. Simran, if the coal power are producing very minute sulfur is being produced. It has always been within the permissible limit. The power plants are away from the densely populated area, so will not have much of the effect. And even if the government gives subsidies, the government will also need money for it, right? The government will also, there is lax tax kitty that is coming. Okay? There's less tax kitty that is coming. Okay? So that is why we have our energy focused on reduction of PM because that is more cost effective, bache. That is more cost effective. Okay, so this was about the rationale. Flue gas desulfurization bhi dekh liya. What is SO2? Sulfur dioxide is a pollutant. So many times what happens, this is the static portion. Okay, sulfur dioxide, they extract. It is, how is it? It's a colorless gas. It is a toxic gas. It has a pungent smell. It is released from burning coal and fossil fuel. It affects the respiratory hearts. India is the world respiratory and heart diseases. India is the world's largest SO2 emitter. Okay, it also causes acid rain. It also causes acid rain. One of the components of causing of the acid rain is SO2. Is this fine? So, this is there. Colorless, pungent fuel, pungent gas, toxic gas. Okay, what is the impact of SO2 on health, on climate? In the short term, it cools. In the short terms, it cools because it will reflect the, ये बहुत ध्यान से सुनना. In the short term, it will reflect the greenhouse gas. It will reflect the sunlight and it has a temporary cooling effect. It is also a short-lived climate pollutant. बहुत ही कम रहता है ये. सिर्फ एक दिन से हफ्ते तक रहता है. Okay. But if I go for FGD, there will be installation of FGD will increase SO2. It will increase SO2 and therefore it will increase the global warming. It will increase the global warming. So that's what we have done. And then I said also it goes for acid rains. It acidifies lakes, rivers, wetlands. There are public respiratory problems. There is bronchitis that can happen. There are bronchitis that can happen. Okay. Between last year, February 2025 and March 2026, Anukumari, there is a difference of 1 year. In 1 year, many things happen. In 1 year, people qualify civil services. In 1 year, people they qualify the top level examination. I have given a very small examination. I have given a very small examination in life. ठीक है, चलो आ जाओ. What is the government initiative to control SO2? There are a lot of initiatives that have government has taken. You have Air Act, you have Environment Protection Act, there is National Ambient Air Quality Index. Flue gas desulfurization was one of the initiative. National Clean Air Program is there. ठीक है. There is also Sameer app. बहुत सारे apps आए हैं. ठीक है. So this is about your SO2. Can I move on to the next topic? Can I move on to the next topic? The next topic is International Court of Justice. They have a landmark climate change ruling. International Court of Justice, they have given a climate change ruling. Okay. What have they given? They have given a ruling of, they have mandated a action. What action? That included fossil fuel phase out under international law. IGC ने बोला बहुत हो गया. Please go for fossil fuel phase out. There should be phasing out of coal. There should be phasing out of petroleum gases. वैसे भी मिल कहाँ रहा है गैस अब? You are not getting gas. Yeah, fossil fuel phase out. Now, what has happened because of this? IJC has given a ruling. International Court of Justice, they have given a ruling. What is it? Once they give a ruling, there will be binding legal duty. Binding legal duty. A legal duty has come up. Okay? A legal duty has come up that climate action is a legal obligation. Now it is a legal obligation. Everybody has to have some initiative. If you go for fossil fuel production, licensing, giving subsidies, they will be constituted as an internationally wrongful act. Internationally wrongful act. Now, if you go for production, this will happen. And they said that you will have to go for international cooperation. Okay, you will have to go for international cooperation. You will have to go for fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. Nuclear non-proliferation treaty का तो कुछ हुआ नहीं. We'll go for fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. ठीक है, thank you so much. Now, what is International Court of Justice? International Court of Justice is a judicial organ of the UN. It provides advisory opinion, settles legal dispute. It has 15 judges from UNGA and UNSC. It was established under UN Charter. It functions under The Hague, Netherlands. It will function under The Hague, Netherlands. Okay. ठीक है. So this is what has been happened. They have given a international ruling. Okay. Now, moving on to the next topic. That is, there is a climate health governance. There is, पहले में भी आया था climate health governance. हम क्या path लेंगे उसके लिए? India's path to climate health governance. Okay. At 2025, there was this global conference on health and climate in Belém in Brazil, where a lot of people came up and they said that we will support Belém Health Action Plan. We are talking about integrating health with the climate change. We are going for health equity, health justice, climate justice. इसकी बात कर रहे हैं. Okay, you will, whenever you talk about health actions or any action line, first is you will go for early warning system. Data collect करोगे, फिर आप पॉलिसी बनाएंगे, एविडेंस बेस्ड पॉलिसी और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करेंगे. देन यू लोग गो फॉर रिसर्च, इनोवेशन एटसेट्रा. Okay, research and innovation and extra. Basically, India has also been a part of this Bellem's plan. There is also a global conference on climate and health. एक कॉन्फ्रेंस और होता है, ब्राजील में होता है, वहां पे आया है. इंडिया इज नॉट ऑफिशियली रिप्रेजेंटेड. इंडिया ने यहाँ पे पार्टिसिपेट नहीं किया था. ठीक है, सो नॉट दैट ग्रेट, वी हैव नॉट पार्टिसिपेटेड. Okay, moving on. So these are the important developments that have taken up from the perspective of climate change. इसके बाद जो important news है वो ये है. One that was said by Simran. India has launched first carbon capture utilization test bed. This is an important news. This is an important, ठीक है, news. What is it? India launches first carbon capture utilization test bed. Now, Department of Science and Technology, they have unveiled carbon capture utilization test bed. Okay, they have given this. Who has given? The Department of Science and Tech. Now, what is carbon capture and utilization and carbon capture and storage? दोनों नाम से ही समझ आ रहा है. Carbon capture utilization versus carbon capture storage. Carbon capture and utilization, you are trying to capture the carbon and you are trying to utilize that carbon for some purpose. Versus carbon capture and storage, you are trying to capture the carbon and store it. दोनों में फर्क है. Utilization is you are trying to use it for some purpose, and storage is you are just storing it. So it is in utilization you are converting it to useful products. You are converting it to the useful products. What about the storage? Here you are trying to store it under earth, under the earth's interior. Okay, you are trying to store it under the earth's interior. What is the end goal? You want to reuse the carbon capture. What is the end goal here? You just want to store it and sequester it, ताकि फिर से release नहीं हो. You just want to sequester it to prevent its further release. You want to prevent its release. Where will you use? ये utilization में use कहाँ करोगे? You can use in products of synthetic fuels. You can use in urea. You can use in cement and building industries. What about this? Where do you store this? You store this in the interior of the earth. What is happening? यहाँ पे the CO2 is recycled. It is repurposed. What is happening here? It is only locked away. आपने इसको बंद करके रख दिया है. Okay. What happens if you utilize? You are given some money. You are getting some money. Here you need subsidies. यहाँ पे आपको पैसे लगते हैं, subsidies लगती हैं. ठीक है? What do you use it? You use this in cement, steel, fossil fuels, beverages, enhanced oil recovery. You are trying to use it. Okay. You are trying to use this. Where do you do this? You do this in the natural gas processing and natural oil fields. If you are utilizing it, what will happen? You will again do CO2 emissions. If you utilize it, you are again, when there will be something that happens, when there is, let's say, the fossil fuels that are burning, there is cement industry that is utilizing, you will again emit the CO2. So there will only be partial offset. थोड़ा ही offset होगा. यहाँ पे permanently CO2 is locked away. यहाँ पे permanently CO2 is locked away. Do you need geological storation here? You don't need geological storation. You need geological storation here. This is not scalable. This is not. What are the challenges? It is not scalable. अभी भी development हो ही रहा है. The technology is getting developed. What is the problem here? There can be leakage. There can be high upfront cost. बहुत ज़्यादा costly है अभी. That is the problem. Okay. So this is about the carbon capture and utilization. what has happened? The Department of Science and Tech, they have come up with some of the projects which are focusing on this aspect, which are focusing on carbon capture and utilization. Okay, they have come up with some cement test beds, and they are trying to have the facility, innovative facility there. Now, what is there? We have also, it's a very important thing, we have to reduce carbon, right? We have to reduce carbon dioxide from the environment. So we have to have some roadmap also. आपको carbon capture, utilization and storage के लिए, because it is in the nascent stage, the technology is not yet developed, there is a lot of cost also that is associated. You will have to have some roadmap, and India is taking and making a research and development roadmap. इंडिया ने अपना रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट का रोड मैप तैयार किया है. ठीक है, किसने तैयार किया है? मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ साइंस एंड technology. Why are we trying to do? We want to have some idea, we want to have some initiatives for carbon capture, storage and utilization. What is the roadmap about? You will have to give, तो 3 phases में roadmap को launch किया है, 2025 से 2045 तक, 2025 से 2045 तक, three stages. The first stage, please pay attention, the what do you want to do? अगर आप कोई roadmap तैयार करोगे, आपको पता है कि the thing is at a nascent stage. You will have to give technological support. You will have to give financial support. You will have to identify skilled personnel. ये सब आपको करना है, right? So that's what is happening. That's what is happening. We will identify skilled resources. We'll go for capacity building. We will give regulation, standards, law support करेगा. Investments आएंगी, ठीक है? Early investments will come. You will have to give policy support. आपको वैसी policies बनानी होगी, laws बनाने होंगे, industries का support लेना होगा, ठीक है? Skilled human resources have to be identified, and you will have to build in capacity for that. So these are the things that will happen. How will we go for? We'll go for 3 stages. At the first stage, you will just go for research and pilot. Like if you prepared for UPSC, right? For the first 2 months, you were preparing like what? You were looking at what are the questions, what are the subjects, what are the topics, which paper has what is the mark. You were doing what are the marks per paper. You were researching. There was this research that is going on. The second, you will go for industrial integration. You will incorporate the hubs and clusters into this. Okay, and the third one will be commercial testing. Commercial scale pe you will start deploying. Okay, so these are the things that you will have to go. You'll have to go for. This is the research map that has taken place. Okay, now what is this carbon capture and utilization? Carbon capture and utilization, we have already seen. It is about something that captures the carbon dioxide from the industrial sources, transport it, utilizes it, and permanently stores it. So you capture the carbon dioxide from industries, let's say coal-based industry, thermal power plant. You transport it, you utilize it somewhere else, or you permanently store it. So these are the stages. You capture it, you utilize it. Okay, first for the utilization, you will have to convert into dry urea, dry ice, solidified CO2, beverages, okay, chemical industries, उसको convert करना पड़ेगा और दूसरे products में. You can store them in depleted oil and gas reserves. That can be done. That can be done. We can use CSR initiatives also, Dharani. We can use CSR initiatives also. What is the significance of carbon capture and utilization for storage? It is, क्यों करना चाह रहे हैं? Because we are one of the top polluters. We are one of the top polluters. We have our NDC targets also. We have our NDC targets also. So why is India trying to do? We are the top polluters, top third emitter है हम, हमारे NDC targets हैं. That can be done. Have we tried some of the projects in India? We have tried at ONGC, Hazira in Gujarat. The carbon captured has been stored. They was first captured from Hazira gas processing plant, and they were injected in interior of the earth. Okay. There was also in NTPC, National Thermal Power Corporation. उनमें Chhattisgarh में they have also captured and you produced urea. They have utilized it. Reliance की जो जामनगर की facility है, they have also captured from the refinery and they have converted into a ethylene. So there have been some initiatives, 2 in Gujarat, 1 in Chhattisgarh. Okay. So this is about carbon capture and utilization storage. Why was this there in news? Because we have created a roadmap. Rest all of these are every time you have these reports, you have emission gap report, you have climate change performance index, you have state of climate in Asia report. If you have prepared for UPSC, there is WMO forecast. ये सब reports हर साल आती हैं. You have state of global climate update 2015, climate risk index, global cool watching report, मीथेन स्टडी रिपोर्ट, यूएनईपी मीथेन रिपोर्ट, ठीक है, स्टेट ऑफ क्लाइमेट एक्शन रिपोर्ट, एआई ड्रिवन एडवाइजरी फॉर फार्मर्स. सो दिस इज व्हाट वी हैव दिस रिपोर्ट एवरी टाइम. ठीक है. शुड आई स्टार्ट ऑफ विद अ न्यू टॉपिक देन? शुड आई स्टार्ट ऑफ विद अ न्यू टॉपिक नाउ? कैन आई स्टार्ट ऑफ विद अ न्यू टॉपिक? बताओ. Okay, so this is about the climate. The next one is let me go to the index first. So the next one is about the biodiversity. The next one is about the biodiversity. In the biodiversity, there can be two types in which you can study, right? You can study the biodiversity in, okay? Yeah, you can study the biodiversity in two methods. You can study as per the species. You can study as per the species, or you can study as per the protected areas. As per the protected areas. So species and the protected areas is what you can study. Okay, when I talk about species, there can be species in the news of animal, there can be species in the news of flora, and there can be environmental legislations and initiatives. So let me help you out here. What have we said? First, we said there are three issues. One is about the climate change. In the climate change, you have whatever issues that will covered, right? Whatever issues, like you have climate related efforts and initiatives that we have done. We have done COP30. We have looked at Surat emission trading scheme. We have looked at carbon credit. We have looked at carbon capture, utilization, storage. What is the roadmap? We have already seen that. So climate change topic and the efforts we have seen. Now, if I talk about biodiversity loss, right? If I talk about biodiversity loss, one effort, one way in which you can see biodiversity loss is like this. Please pay attention. Biodiversity loss. How do you study? You can see species by species. Species specific studies can be done. Like, what about tiger? What about lion? What about elephant? This is what? This is fauna. So you can study the fauna. You can also study the flora. Flora is about, let's say, plant 1, plant 2. So whenever you study about these things, like species specific, that is one way you can study. The other way you can study is by the conventions, and another way you can study is by the acts. When I say acts, I am referring to India alone. India ki act. For example, Wildlife Protection Act. What does Wildlife Protection Act do? Does it only protect tiger? Does it only protect lion? Does it only protect elephant? No. It will protect the entire wildlife, right? It will protect the entire life. So this act is about India. Let me give you an example. One example is Wildlife Protection Act. Acts and other initiatives by India. India has also launched various projects. हमने बहुत सारे projects भी लाए हैं. एक तो हमने acts लाई हैं, उसके बाद हमने projects लाए हैं. So we have acts. ऐसे करते हैं, ऐसे ज़्यादा easily समझेगा आपको. One is you can go for species specific. In the species specific, what you are going? In the species specific, you are going for fauna, you are going for flora, A and B. Clear? Then you can also study at the international level. You can study at the international level. Here what do you have? You have conventions. For example, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं? आपके कन्वेंशंस हैं, आपके कन्वेंशंस हैं. क्या कन्वेंशंस हैं? यू हैव UNCBD. और इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे क्या एफर्ट्स हैं? प्लीज पे अटेंशन. यू हैव लॉट ऑफ बॉडीज दैट हैव बीन क्रिएटेड. Lot of bodies that have been created. For example, you have IUCN. ठीक है, IUCN, International Union for Conservation of the Nature. You have bodies like that. Apart from this, not only CBD, you also have conventions related to specific like cities, like CMS. Have you heard these names? Convention on Biodiversity. You have convention to prevent illegal trade in the endangered species. So there are some endangered species. You have the convention to prevent the illegal trade in them. You also have conventions related to migratory species. You have convention related to migratory species. You also have, let's say, Ramsar Convention, which is about the conservation of the wetlands. Which is about the conservation of the wetlands. You also have bodies like IUCN. Okay, so internationally level pe what is the efforts? Conventions, you have some of the conventions and protocols, agreements and protocols, and at the international level you have also created some of the bodies like IUCN. The third way in which you have what is the effort given by India. India ने क्या क्या किया है? एक तो आप सिर्फ स्पीसीज स्पेसिफिक पढ़ रहे हो. टाइगर का क्या स्टेटस है? एलिफेंट का व्हाट इज द स्टेटस ऑफ एलिफेंट? व्हाट अबाउट द लायन? व्हाट अबाउट द वल्चर? व्हाट अबाउट दिस प्लांट्स? व्हाट अबाउट द अदर प्लांट्स? फ्लोरा एंड फौना. इट्स वेरी स्पीसीज स्पेसिफिक. द अदर्स वे, व्हाट इज द at international level, what are the conventions? What are the bodies? Okay, and then at the India level, what do we have? We have acts. We have acts. A very important act is what? Wildlife Protection Act. At the India level, we have projects. We have projects like, you might have seen Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Project Lion, Project Cheetah. ठीक है, Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Project Cheetah, Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Project Vulture. ये सारे आपने projects देखे होंगे. India level पे भी at this level of species we have taken efforts. Project Tiger, Project Elephant, Project Vulture. समझ आ रही है ये बात? All of you can study accordingly. So that is why you look at your UDAAN series also. If you look at your UDAAN series also, if you go to the index page, the second part is like this. The second part is about species in news. The second part is about species in news. Polar bear serum. See how many topics are there. Polar bear serum 1. Tiger's green status assessment 2. स्टेट ऑफ इंडिया टाइगर प्रे स्पीसीज. सो टाइगर की बात की है, पोलर बेयर की बात की है, एलिफेंट की बात की है, लायन की बात की है, नीलगीथार, गौर, डुगोंग, स्नो लेपर्ड. ठीक है, फिश इन्वेजिव स्पीसीज, हम्पबैक व्हेल. You have big four venomous snake in India. You have rusty spotted cats, dolphin, oarfish. the Africa's giant Goliath beetle, Asian giant tortoise, national wide survey on vulture, starfish. Okay, starfish. You are telling me the Amendments of Wildlife Protection Act, Ganesh 17X. You are telling me the Amendments of Wildlife Protection Act. Yes. Okay. Then this is about another Mosura fentoni, Asian palm civet, Arctic reindeer, krill, Malabral grey hornbill, all of the fauna that we have, elephant to macaque to squirrel to grey hornbill to thornbill. Okay, then up not only fauna but also flora. How many flora? Not much. 10. GM alpha, red sander, green tree Aadhaar for chinar. Okay, like we have Aadhaar for humans. We have Aadhaar for humans. We also have Aadhaar for chinar tree. We have erythrine flowers. We have Estoma, Aspergillus, colossal squid. Then what do you see? Can you see? Then we have environmental legislations and initiatives. Cities, International Big Cat Alliance, Basel, Rotterdam, Stockholm Convention, Cold Desert Biosphere Reserves, right? And then you have this नेशनल बोर्ड फॉर, तो इसमें इंडिया और इंटरनेशनल लेवल को एक साथ रखा है, IUCN को भी रखा है, इंटरनेशनल एफर्ट्स एंड इंडियाज एफर्ट हैज बीन डन. नाउ protected areas, India में what are the protected areas? This is more about geography. The geography में this will also be covered when it is covered places in news. So the protected areas, forest, sanctuary, this will be covered by sir when we talk about the protected areas. मादई वाइल्ड सेंचुरी, गांधी सागर, तो वो आपका ज्योग्राफी में कवर होगा. About now what we have forest here, and we have oceans here. Now oceans is very very important. We have wetlands here. So not only the forest. Now a smart way of preparing, please pay attention, a smart way of preparing is, ठीक है, how do you prepare? Correct. Now Madhu Smita Raut says, ma'am, यहाँ 11,000 plant है. Madhu Smita says there is 11,000 plants. What is a smart way of preparing? Here, this is the framework that I have given. You only tell me if there are, let's say, 10 questions coming from, 10 to 12 questions are coming from the environment, right? 10 to 12 questions are coming from the environment. I'm just giving you a brief figure. 2 questions from climate change, 4 questions from biodiversity, 3 questions from the sustainable development. Let me have a look. How many questions are coming from this? Tiger, elephant, how many questions will come from this? 3 questions. Mostly 3 questions. Species पे 3 questions आ जाएंगे. What about international convention and bodies? Again 2 to 3 questions will come from here. Okay. Again wildlife protection, animal act, elephant, this will 1 question will come from here. Now if 3 questions are coming from here, if 3 questions are coming from species, and if 3 questions are coming from bodies, what should be done first? If 3 questions are coming from species and 3 questions are coming from bodies, what should be done first? क्या करना चाहिए पहले? I'm asking you. What is a smart strategy to prepare? What is a smart strategy? पहले क्या करना चाहिए? करना तो पूरा ही है. यहां से 2 आते हैं. 2 questions. Okay, Sumit. धारनी किसको दोगे? किसकी बात कर रहे हो? सुमित बोल रहे हैं बॉडीज, इंस्पायर कह रहे हैं बॉडीज, विशाल कह रहे हैं बॉडीज. धारनी गिविंग देम फर्स्ट. किसको फर्स्ट? स्पीसीज या बॉडीज? प्रज्ञा से स्पीसीज. प्रज्ञा, If you have your UDAAN series with you, can you please look at, it starts from 16. And it ends at 33. So this is about what? 18 pages. International starts from 34. इंटरनेशनल, और इसमें तो इंडिया और इंटरनेशनल एक साथ कर दिया है, इसमें इंटरनेशनल और इंडिया मोस्टली एक साथ कर दिया है, बिकॉज रेस्ट ऑफ इट इज कवर इन योर दिस थिंग. So international in India starts from 34 and it ends at 45. So 12 pages. What is smart way to prepare? 12 pages or 18 pages? Pragya. Simran, what is smart way to prepare? What is a smart way to prepare? Correct? 12 पन्ने ज्यादा पन्ने हैं या 18 पन्ने? दोनों पे 3 मार्क ही है, 3. A smart way to prepare would be do this first. ठीक है? So we'll start off with the first as environmental legislations and initiatives. So let me first go to page number 34. And to be honest, पता है क्या? They will ask you about some mushroom only. They will ask you about some other things only. Magic mushroom. I don't know what were they having when they asked this question. Now, first we'll go for cities. What is cities? I said it is an international convention. What does the convention do? It talks about convention on international trade in endangered species. So there are some species that are in danger. They are called as endangered species, and it includes both fauna and flora. We are going for, and there are some species which are endangered. Please pay attention. There are some species which are endangered, like tiger, like elephant. Okay, or flora and fauna, both plants also. For example, red sander. There is a convention at the international level to prevent its trade, to regulate its trade. So, convention on international trade for the endangered species. Convention on the international trade in the endangered species of wild fauna and flora. Okay? So, it has completed 70 years. अब इसके 70 years हो गए. It was there in 1975. Now it is 50 साल का ये हो गया. ठीक है? Now, it is an international agreement to ensure global trade of, so what does it do? It's an international agreement. क्या करता है? That the global trade of animal and wildlife does not threaten the survival of the species. The survival of the species should not be threatened. Okay. How did it come? It came as per IUCN resolution. We know IUCN is a body. The IUCN said that we need a convention. So IUCN passed a resolution that said that we need this convention. India is a part of it. Okay, whatever they say, it becomes legally binding on the parties. But it will not replace the national laws. National laws रहेंगे. The national laws will remain. Who does it manage? It is managed by United Nations Environment Program. The secretary is there in Geneva. IUCN क्या करता है फिर? IUCN उसको scientific और technical support देता है. So management is seen by UNEP and the secretariat. The IUCN gives the support, scientific support and the technical support. Okay. There are 3 appendices that are there in cities. Okay, there are 3 appendices that are there in cities. So what I'm saying, I have started off international conventions and legislations of India. First one is cities, the convention. Why this has been there in news? Because 50 years have taken place. When did it come? It came because of the resolution of IUCN. Okay, what does it do? It tries to regulate the international trade of wild flora and fauna. फ्लोरा का भी करता है और फोना का भी करता है. Okay, then who looks after the management? The management is looked by UNEP and its secretariat. Who goes for scientific and technical support? It is given by IUCN. It is trying to regulate the trade. How will it regulate? It classifies fauna and flora in 3 appendix. Appendix 1, Appendix 2 and Appendix 3. Appendix 1 are those species, if the trade continue, they can become endangered. If the trade continues, they can become endangered. They need the highest degree of protection. They need the highest degree of protection. They are already threatened with extinction. These species are already threatened with extinction. Okay. Second, they are not necessarily threatened with extinction, but they can become so if the trade is not controlled. And Appendix 3, they contain species that is protected in at least one of the countries. So basically there are 3 appendix. Appendix 1, these are the species. They are the most endangered species. Species that are threatened with extinction. They are threatened with extinction. ये extinct हो जाएगी अगर आपका trade हुआ तो. They are threatened with extinction. ठीक है? Yes, correct. These are the species. They are not threatened with extinction, but would not immediately threatened, but would need regulation. Species not immediately threatened, but needs to be protected. But needs protection. What about Appendix 3? Here, there is no immediate need, there is no future need. There is no immediate need, there is no future need, Shashank. ठीक है, thank you. There is no immediate need, there is no future need also. This is immediate need. Okay, this is immediate need. What about this? This needs, there is this future need. What about this? There is no immediate need, no future need. There is no immediate need, there is no future need. But what? This contains species that is at least protected in one area. A species is at least protected in one country. In one country. एक country में protected है and the country has asked for assistance. Country has asked for the assistance and it is protected. It is my sentiment. It is protected in my country and I need assistance. So that will contain Appendix 3. ठीक है? So Appendix 1 बहुत important. Immediate need. Appendix 2 future need and Appendix 3 protected in one country and need assistance. So please pay attention here. Please pay attention here. We have this Appendix 1. It includes threatened species with extinction. Okay. Trade is permitted only in exceptional circumstances. You will permit trade only if there is an exceptional permit. Example, gorilla, sea turtles. Appendix 2, they are not necessarily threatened, but the trade must be controlled. ठीक है? They are allowed. You can trade, but you need a certificate from the designated authority. You need a certificate that your trade is not harming the species. Your trade is not harming the species. You need export and re-export permits. Export and re-export permits that your trade does not harm the species. Example, lions, mahogany, American alligators, paddlefish. Appendix 3. It contains species protected in at least one country and they have asked the other cities parties for assistance. ठीक है? You can also trade, you need proper permission. Walruses are the examples. Okay. So these are the 3 appendix. 50 years ho gaye. It's a very important, it is an important international treaty. Is this fine? So we have done the static part about it now, and 50 years have been completed. Now moving on to the next important one, that is your International Big Cat Alliance. The next one is the International Big Cat Alliance. As the name suggests, it is for big cats. It is for tiger, jaguar, puma, leopard, lion, snow leopard, unke liye hai. There are about 7 big cats: tiger, lion, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah, jaguar, puma. जिसमें से 5 इंडिया में मिलती है, jaguar और puma नहीं मिलती है. You get only shoes of puma and you get cars of jaguar. Okay, you don't get this. For that matter, cheetah is also, we have introduced cheetah now. वैसे ठीक है. So we have lion, tiger, snow leopard, cheetah. Okay, we don't have jaguar and puma. No. So there's an International Big Cat Alliance. Why was this there in news? The first assembly was held in, यहाँ पे अभी इंडिया में हुई थी. एक पहली असेंबली हुई थी इंटरनेशनल बिग कैट अलायंस की, और वो कहाँ हुई है? हमारे यहाँ पे हुई है. ठीक है, जून 2025 इन दिल्ली. So now we have given immunities and privileges to the International Big Cat Alliance under United Nations Immunities Act of 1947. So India has given the immunities and privileges to this International Big Cat Alliance. What happens? हमारा जो role है as a host country बढ़ जाता है. We are going for wildlife conservation diplomacy. It will also help us exchange knowledge, enhance the capacity building. What was there? This was the first assembly of International Big Cat Alliance was taking place in India in June 2025. We have seen the members from 9 countries: India, Bhutan, Cambodia, Guinea, Liberia, Suriname, Somalia. इनके पास we have taken the decisions that how will we protect, how will we go for financial regulation. ठीक है, so okay, so what is about the International Big Cat Alliance? That it is also it is basically a intergovernmental organization. We are trying to conserve the big cats. Okay. Now that our 50 years of Project Tiger is completed, we have said that we will host this International Big Cat Alliance. हमारे यहाँ पे 5 मिलती हैं. We want to share the knowledge. We want to share the practices. ठीक है. We have given our consent to joining the International Big Cat Alliance. Okay, so this is why this was there in news. We should know that we don't have jaguar and puma in our country. India has all the members, UN members can become the member. All the UN members, they are eligible. India was one of the founding members. The headquarter is also in New Delhi only. The same way it also has General Assembly, it has a council, it has a secretariat. ठीक है. India has given a support of 150 crores for 5 years. We will give 5 years and we've given the money for the 5 years. Okay. Now, why Puma? Yes, ma'am, Puma and Jaguar. Why not Panther? It is also a big cat. Okay. Now, Vishal, see, there are 3 types of variation. One is genetic variation, one is species variation, and one is ecosystem diversity. The basic part. There is species diversity, there is genetic diversity, and there is your ecosystem diversity. Let me take an example from human. We all are humans, right? So we are called as Homo sapiens. That is species. That is one particular species. We are different from elephant, we are different from tiger, we are different from lion. That means we cannot interbreed and produce a fertile offspring. Species is what is a species? One, they can interbreed and they can produce a fertile offspring. So when you talk about panther, it is not a different species. There is a genetic diversity. Panther has a genetic diversity. So I can be different from other species of mine. There can be genetic difference, right? So panther has genetic diversity. It is black in color because of melanin. Okay? So it is not a unique species per se. Now, you can see that, you can see this was about your International Big Cat Alliance. So what are there in the International Big Cat Alliance? You have 7 type of species, bache. You have 7 types of species. We have tiger, we have lion, leopard, snow leopard, puma, jaguar and cheetah. Okay? You don't need to remember the scientific name. You should know that they all come in cities appendix 1 except for puma. Puma comes in appendix 2. Puma comes in appendix 2 and there is a particular name of puma concolor. ठीक है, puma concolor जो होता है वो appendix 2 में आता है. It is least concern. Okay, and because it is not, puma and jaguar हमारे में नहीं है, so it is not there in our Indian Wildlife Protection Act. Rest all of the tigers and big cats are in Schedule 1. Even your Wildlife Protection Act has schedules. Okay, इसमें भी 4 schedule हैं, Schedule 1 to Schedule 4. So Schedule 1 is given the highest degree of protection. And so in India, all the 5 big cats, tiger, leopard, snow leopard, cheetah and your lion, all of them are there in Schedule 1. So this is what we have. You don't need to remember the scientific name, it is fine. This is not there in India, this is not there in India, therefore it is not given in Wildlife Protection Act. And otherwise all of them are in Schedule 1. All of these are in appendix 1 except for puma, which is in appendix 2 of the cities. Now you understand what is there in the cities. Okay? So this was about your, now India has given 150 crore. So India can give money under the act. कौन से act के अंदर दिया है? United Nations Privileges and Immunities Act के अंदर we have given the money. United Nations Privileges and Immunities Act of 1947. It gives legal effect to India's UN conservation. We can function independently without local interference. Okay, international, basically India has given money so that the organization can function nicely. It is about, you can grant immunity. They can grant immunity from legal proceeding, taxation, etc. Okay, so this was about your Big Cat Alliance. It was the first convention, the first assembly was held in India in New Delhi. Now, moving on to the third international conventions and the agreements that have taken place. There is a convention. There are 3 conventions. Basel Convention, Rotterdam Convention and Stockholm Conventions. Ma'am, आपने इन conventions की तो बात ही नहीं की. आपने बहुत सारे कन्वेंशंस बताए. You told us about cities, you told us about CMS, you told us about many conventions, you told us about CBD, UNFCCC, you told us about so many conventions, but you never mentioned. You did not. You told us about how many conventions? कितने conventions मैंने आपको बताए? I told you about 9 to 10 conventions. I told you about UNFCCC, UNFCBD, UNCBD, UNCCD, Vienna Convention, 4 convention. I have told you about cities, 5, CMS 6, Ramsar 7. 7 convention I have already told you, but I did not tell you about convention of Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm. So what is these? What are these 3 conventions? Basically, one of the problems that we also have in unsustainable development, is the problem of waste. We also have a problem of waste, right? Many of the developing, Minamata Convention is about pollution, mercury pollution. Minamata is about pollution. Minamata. 8 हो गया आपका. Minamata Convention is about 8th one. Now, one of the problem that we face is about waste convention. Waste. You will see that many developed countries, they have tried to dump their waste. They are putting their waste into the other developing countries. जैसे यूरोप है, यूरोप अपना वेस्ट डाल देता है अफ्रीका में. गरीब देश है तो उसका फायदा उठाते हैं, right? जिसके कारण there have been international movements also. There have been international movements like not in my backyard, NIMBY movement. Please don't put your waste in my backyard, right? So not in my backyard. So there are 3 types of, to tackle the problem of waste, so that we don't create unsustainable waste, we don't dump the waste, we don't take advantage of the vulnerable countries. There are 3 conventions. You have Basel conventions, you have Stockholm convention. Basically these are also about pollution. Stockholm और Basel को आप pollution से भी link कर सकते हो. Basel और Stockholm को आप pollution से भी link कर सकते हो. And you also have Rotterdam convention. So there are 3 conventions. ठीक है. Mercury pollution नहीं बेटा, mercury pollution. If you put mercury in waters, because of the thermal power plants, coal plants, the mercury is absorbed by fish. The fish is eaten by a bigger fish. The bigger fish is eaten by human. This human will develop certain diseases that has seen in Japan, Minamata disease. The limbs were affected, the central nervous system was affected. तो इसलिए आपने मीनामाता कन्वेंशन लाया. ठीक है. Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm convention, they are related to waste. So we are dealing with this waste now. So 8 हो गया, 9, 10, 11. This is 9th, this is 10, this is 11. 11 conventions. ठीक है. Yes, bioaccumulation and biomagnification is done because of the pollutants. So coming on to the coming on to Rotterdam, Stockholm and Basel Convention. Now why was this there in news? Because इनका भी conference of party होता है. Like you have the conference of parties for climate change, CBD and etc. Inter-ministerial delegation from India participated in COP to BRS conventions. So we participated to this convention. These are 3 international conventions for protection of human health from hazardous chemicals and waste. You want to protect human health and Vesu Pandit, आप अभी आए हो बेटा? You have come now because you are asking me questions that have already been tackled. United Nations Convention on Biodiversity. ठीक है. So Basel Convention, Rotterdam Convention and Stockholm Convention, it is an international agreement for protecting human health or from hazardous waste and chemicals. What do they want? They want to regulate these waste from the entire life cycle, पूरा का पूरा life cycle. We want to tackle the production, we want to tackle the problem of trade, we want to tackle the problem of use, and we also want to tackle the problem of disposal. Vesu Pandit, please download. Please download. This is available in the app. ठीक है. Okay, so we are talking about, we want to go for entire life cycle. What is the production? How do we trade? How do we use? How do we dump? Okay, this is about the three convention. Since 2010, the conventions have always held the joint conference of parties. तीनों ने हमेशा साथ में ही किया हुआ है. India is a party to all these three convention. What was the theme that took place in now where India participated? The theme was make visible the invisible. You have to, whatever is visible, you have to make it invisible. Try to, reuse it, regulate it, recycle it. Please make it invisible. This is about sound management of chemicals and waste. Sound management, whatever is the management of the waste, you should go for sound management of chemicals and waste. Okay, so this is about your three conventions, that is BRS convention, Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm. What is Basel? Basel Convention क्या है, Rotterdam क्या है और Stockholm क्या है. ठीक है, तीनों ही they are talking about chemicals and pesticides and waste. Basel is about controlling the transboundary movement of hazardous waste. How will you move? How is the waste to be moved? What is the issues with that? They want to reduce the movement of the hazardous waste, particularly from the developed world to the less developed. I told you the developed world try to dump the waste. There is transboundary movement, so they want to regulate it. What is the transboundary movement of the waste? Rotterdam Convention, that in case, what is it? It is about prior informed consent procedure. You have to have a prior informed consent. According to the procedure, पहले से ही inform करना पड़ेगा. Prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticide in the international trade. So if a trade is taking place from India to Africa, right? There's a trade that is taking place from India to Africa, and Africa should be informed prior, and there should be a proper procedure that what can be the effects of this. So prior informed consent procedure for certain hazardous chemicals and pesticides in the international trade. This is about shared responsibility in the international trade. So you will have shared responsibility. Okay? Then it is about Stockholm Convention. Stockholm Convention is about persistent organic pollutants. What do you mean by persistent organic pollutants? Persistent means they are there. They will remain. ये रहेंगे ही रहेंगे. They are remaining for a longer duration of time. Persistent is they will remain in the environment. Remain in environment for longer duration of time. For longer time. Organic, something that has carbon and hydrocarbon, carbon and hydrogen. Carbon and hydrogen, and this was adopted, and it is a pollutant. Pollutant is something that is harmful to the environment. So what is persistent organic pollutant? A pollutant that is harmful, a substance that is harmful to the environment, and it remains in the environment for a longer period of time, and it is organic in nature. It has hydrogen and carbon. Okay? For a long, this is called as persistent organic pollutant. For example, DDT. DDT has remained in the environment for a longer duration of time. Okay? DDT, aldrin, endrin, heptachlor, ये सब environment में रहते हैं. These are, what is the objective of Stockholm Convention? We want to restrict the production. We want to restrict the production of POP. Otherwise, because if they will remain in the environment, they will lead to problems like bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Bioaccumulation and biomagnification. Okay. So these are the three conventions: Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Convention. And Stockholm Convention. Now, is this fine? So this is about your international news. What we've seen? We have seen cities, we have seen the Rotterdam Convention, Basel Convention and Stockholm Convention. So we have seen cities, 50 years of cities, International Big Cat Alliance, and then we have also looked at this one, Rotterdam. Now, हमने क्या क्या देख लिया? I'll repeat. Cities, International Big Cat Alliance, and we have seen BRS Convention. Right? Cities, why 50 years has completed? Why International Big Cat Alliance? Because India hosted the first assembly. India ने पैसे भी दिए, 150 crore rupees दिए. India में which cats are seen, which cats are not seen, what is the status, as per Wildlife Protection Act, what schedule they are listed, we have already seen this. And then we moved on to understanding of the BRS Convention. Okay, because India attended the conference of the parties of the BRS. What is it about? Now the next one we have is Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. You understand what is a biosphere reserve? A biosphere reserve is a big reserve. A biosphere reserve is a, please pay attention, Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve के पहले मैं biosphere reserve बताती हूँ. ये news में क्यों है? Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. So let me tell you, when we talk about protection of species, Janvi, I'm teaching from there only, no? Janvi, I'm teaching. Do you want a break? Do you want a break? Let's complete this topic. Let's complete this topic first. Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. Now first tell me, what is a biosphere reserve? Let me in the side talk. In case I want to protect the species, in case you want to protect the species, आपको area को protect करना होता है. I want to protect a species by area approach. I don't want to protect, see, whenever you can want to protect the species, there are two approach. One approach is species approach. You identify a species and you try to protect it. Elephant, Project Tiger, Project Cheetah, Project Vulture. You are taking species specific. Or you can also protect the entire area. You can protect the area like you can create an area as national park. You can create an area as conservation reserve. You can protect the area as a community conservation reserve. You can go for area as community reserve. You can protect the area as biosphere reserve. We can also go for wildlife sanctuary. Okay? Wildlife sanctuary. Now, out of this, national park, please pay attention. It is declared by India. India के level पे. India ने बोल दिया Wildlife Protection Act के अंदर that this will be a national park. So we have national parks. India said that under the Wildlife Protection Act, all of these are declared. Please pay attention. All four of these are declared under, ये जो शुरू के चार हैं, they are declared under Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. But when it comes to Biosphere Reserve, this is declared by UNESCO. The concept was given by UNESCO. UNESCO ने concept दिया. Under UNESCO's Man and Biosphere Reserve Program. Man and Biosphere Reserve Program. It is an international designation. So Biosphere Reserve इतनी important होती है. We have, in the Biosphere Reserve there are 3 areas. Biosphere Reserve बहुत important area है. They not only, please pay attention, they not only protect, but they also allow for development. They will allow for sustainable development. It is not only about conservation. They respect that the development is our priority along with protection. So it has 3 areas. Biosphere reserves have 3 areas. One area is a core area. In the core area, you can have national park, you can have wildlife sanctuary, you can have these. In a biosphere reserve, in the core area, you can have a national park. Then you have what? Then you have a buffer zone. Then you have a buffer zone. And then you have a transition zone. Then you have a transition zone. What is there? जो core area है, this is only for protection. No activity, no human activity is allowed. Only for protection. Core area is only for protection. In the buffer area, you will allow for protection plus scientific activities. In transition areas, you allow for human development, human activities and growth and development activities. You allow for growth and development activities. ठीक है? You allow for growth and developmental activities. Is this clear? So this is about your. Now, why this is there in news? In India, we have many biosphere reserves. Okay? Some of them have been given international recognition. Some biosphere reserves, they have been given international recognition. So why this was there in news? Because there is a cold desert biosphere reserve. Cold desert biosphere reserve that is there in Himachal Pradesh. This was included in UNESCO's World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Yani cold desert biosphere reserve. Yes, there are 18 biosphere reserves in India. There are 18 biosphere reserves in India. Out of this, 12 were initially given UNESCO's recognition. 12 was given UNESCO's recognition. So, in Himachal Pradesh, there is this cold desert biosphere reserve. This has now been given as international designation. This has been given as international designation. Okay, I'll take your doubt. Manish Mandotra, wait, I'll take your doubt. Now, what is this World Network of Biosphere Reserve? We see, what is this World Network of Biosphere Reserve? ये एक नेटवर्क है बायोस्फीयर रिजर्व का. किसके अंदर है? यूनेस्को के मैन एंड बायोस्फीयर प्रोग्राम में है. यूनेस्को के मैन एंड बायोस्फीयर प्रोग्राम में है. It is a global network of protected areas. So there's a network of the protected areas under Man and Biosphere Reserve program. So who all are given international designation? They will become a part of the network. What will the network help in? They will help us getting knowledge of conservation, promoting sustainable development, community participation. This will help us in that. Initially, there were 12 biosphere reserve. 18 में से 12 थे पहले under Man and Biosphere Reserve program. Now 13 have been there because cold desert has become a part. So what all are there from India? We have Nilgiri, we have Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, we have Nokrek Biosphere Reserve, we have Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve, Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve. 13. You can remember these 13 names. Now cold desert have become a part of World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Is this fine? Is this fine? So now, then what we'll do, once we are done with this, we'll go for National Board for Wildlife. We'll take a break. Let us take a break of 10-15 minutes. I'll try to wind up the session by 3 p.m. So take a 10 minutes break and then we'll go for continuous class. I'll just give you one break now. उसके बाद हम 3 बजे तक session को wind up कर लेंगे. So take a break of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. It's 12:05. I will see you at 12. कितना? 10 मिनट 15 मिनट का. I'll see you all at 12:20. Take a 15 minutes break. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. All, are we back? We are back from the break. Hello, Vikash Raj. Hello, Satyajit, Fun, Bola TV. Okay, I hope we are back. Am I audible? Am I audible? Both together, Pawan Kumar. We are doing both together. That is how it has to be done. Right? Both together. Moving on to the next topic, that is National Board for Wildlife. National Board for Wildlife nation का है, India का है. It has also been created under Wildlife Protection Act. Prime Minister इसको chair करते हैं. Prime Minister ने chair किया था. Prime Minister chairs the National Board for Wildlife. Prime Minister chaired the seventh conference or the seventh meeting at Gir National Park in Gujarat. Okay, now clear. Now, so what is National Board for Wildlife? It is created under Wildlife Protection Act of India Section 5A. It was established in 2002 by an amendment that was done. 2002 के अंदर amendment हुआ था. It replaced the Indian Board for Wildlife, which was formed originally in 1952. So it was given a statutory provision. ठीक है? Okay. Steel चिक्की नाम रख दिया अभी. Indian Board for Wildlife. Solo leveling, solo traveling. Okay, all of you, we come here. We are doing the important legislations and initiatives in news. ठीक है? Important initiatives, and that is there in news. This was there in news because there was a 7th meeting that was held, that was taken by Prime Minister of the National Board for Wildlife in Gujarat, in Gir, right? So this is there. It was originally formed in 1952. It was replaced. It was given a statutory provisions. Okay. What is the role of the National Board for Wildlife? The role of National Board for Wildlife, it is as a advisory function. ये advise करते हैं, provides. It is a advisory function. It gives recommendation to the central government regarding the conservation policies. Okay. The chairperson is Prime Minister. The vice chairperson is Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. It was there taking place in Gir. So you should also know about Gir National Park. Gir National Park is situated in Junagadh in Gujarat. It is basically in the Saurashtra region. It is lying near Girnar range. So this is the mountain, Girnar range. Junagadh में है, Gujarat में है, Saurashtra region में है. It was declared first as a sanctuary and then was declared as a national park. It protects the Gir lion, the largest. It is one of the largest habitat of the Asiatic lions. Okay, there is a community called as Maldhari community. ठीक है, they are sharing a historic symbiotic relationship. ठीक है, they share a symbiotic relationship with the lion. Okay, now what about the Asiatic lion? यहाँ पे मिलता है, it is vulnerable status schedule 1 में है of Wildlife Protection Act and appendix 1 में है of the cities. ठीक है, it looks into the overall management. Chief wildlife warden जो होता है, it is like a warden. What does a warden do, Vikas? It looks at the management of the hostel. It looks on what all activities are done. It looks on कोई activity खराब तो नहीं हो रही. So the entire oversight is by Chief Wildlife Warden, Vikas. ठीक है. What does National Board for Wildlife do? It is an advisory body. It advises. It gives recommendation to the central government about how the protection should be there, about the policies, okay, about the rules. That's about the National Board for Wildlife. ठीक है. So Appendix 1 of cities, Schedule 1 of the Wildlife Protection Act. Okay, now we have this IUCN World Conservation Congress. IUCN, we know it's an intergovernmental body. World Conservation Congress. So IUCN World Conservation Congress was held in 2025 in Abu Dhabi in UAE. It said that we have to tackle 3 issues: biodiversity loss, climate change and environmental crimes. So 3 pressing problems that we have to tackle that. That is what World Conservation means. World Conservation says that we will come and tackle these 3 problems that was taking place in UAE, Abu Dhabi. Okay, now, so yeah. what was the outcome? The outcome has been that we have given a call to action. Like this was, जैसे बेलम में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की बात की थी, अबू धाबी में भी एक्शन की बात की है. कॉल टू एक्शन. दे हैव गिवन अ 20-year vision that how will they work, how will they regulate. They will regulate the trade, they will use biology, synthetic biology, they will use ethical oversight, they will go for, they have supported the WWF and fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty initiatives. Okay, we want to go for a phase out of coal, gas, oil and gas, etc. So this is about IUCN World Conservation Congress. Okay, it is the highest decision making body of the IUCN. जैसे IUCN में का जो, जैसे for climate change you had seen COP. Similarly for IUCN the highest decision making body is World Conservation Congress. ठीक है. What does it do? It meets every 6 years. It also is designated as the IUCN secretary. There will be more upcoming Congress. Now 2025 का theme था powering transformative conservation. Powering transformative conservation, right? ठीक है. So this is about your this one. IUCN also gives a report that is called as IUCN World Heritage Outlook. ठीक है. WHO World Heritage Outlook report भी देते हैं, IUCN इसको देता है. It is a global assessment system developed by IUCN. It is updated every 3 years. This was the year. It tells us that how are the countries performing. Are the countries doing good? Are there concerns? Are there significant concerns? Are there critical concerns raised by the country? So they are doing the assessment. World Heritage Outlook. They are doing the concerns about it. Now we know what is an IUCN. We said that IUCN is a organization, international organization. ठीक है. International organization है. Basically it was known as IUPN before. This is your static part. IUCN को आप IUPN कहते थे. 1948 में बनी थी. It is looking forward for sustainable resources. India is one of the member. It has member from governments also as civil society. It has participation of states and non-state actors. दोनों इसमें होते हैं. And we are talking about conservation of nature by this. ठीक है. Is this fine? So India has been the founding members of the IUCN. India has one of the founding members of the IUCN. So this was about the next one. The next one that we have, National Red List Map, Roadmap and Vision 2025 and 2030. So you know what does IUCN do? I've told you about IUCN, right? हम क्या देख रहे थे अभी तक? हमने क्या देखा? We saw 3 things. One thing that we saw is this one. We started off with IUCN. 1 minute please. Yeah, we started off with IUCN World Conservation Congress. अभी हमने 3 चीजें देखी हैं. We have started off with the topic with IUCN. In that we have seen that there was a World Conservation Congress that took place. World Conservation Congress that has taken place in Abu Dhabi, and it has given a roadmap on how to conserve the nature. Call to action. Then I also told about what is IUCN. ये है क्या? What is it? What does IUCN also gives? World Heritage Outlook. There's a report, there's an assessment that has been given by IUCN. If I talk about what is IUCN, IUCN is a global organization. It is a global organization. What does it have? It looks for conservation of the nature. International Unit for the conservation of the nature. Fine. If we talk about IUCN, it also had a red list. It gives a red list. It gives you a list about what? Yes, about what is the status of the species. Are the species, एक species की red list देती है और उनको categorize करती है. Are the species extinct? For example, dodo bird is extinct. Is the species extinct in wild? Is the species extinct in wild? Is the species near vulnerable or near threatened? Threatened, vulnerable, endangered. What is the status? Is the species least concern? Is it deficient in data? So it categorizes the species. It categorizes the species at the international level. While you were doing the Big Cat Alliance, you would have seen this. While you were doing the Big Cat Alliance, it was there. Yeah. In the Big Cat Alliance, you would have seen the IUCN की red list में what is the concern? Is it endangered? Is it vulnerable? Is it least concern? Is it near threatened? ठीक है? Like Indian gangetic dolphin is in the category of endangered. Like lion is in the category of vulnerable. Sorry, tiger is in the category of endangered. Okay, it is in the category of endangered, not the lion, tiger. So it is trying to give whether it is extinct, whether it is extinct in wild, whether it is endangered, whether it is threatened, whether it is vulnerable. Okay, whether it is least concern, whether there is data deficient and not evaluated for the risk. This is done at the international level. Similarly, please pay attention, similarly, India also creates its own red list. India भी अपनी एक red list बनाती है. India creates a list. Who does this? Zoological Survey of India. Who does this? This is done by Zoological Survey of India. So what is the topic that I am going? I am understanding the next topic is National Red List. National Red List. ठीक है? National Red List. Is it fine? The National Red List. उसके साथ साथ हमने क्या बताया? हमने National Red List तो बताई है हमेशा से. But now we have also created a roadmap and vision. What is our vision for 2025 to 2030? Which is the vision for 2025 and 2030. So India has launched its National Red List roadmap and vision for 2025 and 30 at IUCN World Conservation Congress. We saw in the IUCN there was this World Conservation Congress that is taking place. India also gave a map. We said that we will give a comprehensive biodiversity monitoring will be done. We will go for a monitoring. We will have a comprehensive biodiversity monitoring that will be developed by Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change along with Zoological Survey of India and the Botanical Survey of India. For the fauna, ठीक है? For the fauna, okay, Manish. For the fauna, it is done by Zoological Survey of India. For the flora and the plants, it is done by Botanical Survey of India. What will we do? We will give a framework to assess and monitor India's flora and fauna. हम भी flora और fauna को map करेंगे और एक assessment देंगे. We will give a reliable data. The project is for 5 years. We will try to assess the extinction risks of 11,000 species. There are 11,000 species, nearly 11,000 species that are found in India. Okay. There are 11,000 species that are found in India. We said that we will give you a evidence-based planning. Okay, that is what they have told. So this is why India's national level risk data was also there. Okay, so we said that we will go for IUCN global standard. We will also we have given commitments in Kunmin biodiversity global framework. हमने ये भी commitment को fulfill करेंगे. ठीक है? Is this fine? So this is why it was there in news. Why in national data was there in news. Now, again, we also have another also one thing. ठीक है? तो हमने देखा IUCN क्या क्या कर रहा है. IUCN को base रखा है. We have done World Conservation Congress of IUCN, World Heritage Outlook given by IUCN. India ने red letter list दिया है. There is a report that is given by IUCN plus WWF, World Wide Fund for Nature, ठीक है, they will give a report called as traffic. एक रिपोर्ट और एक इनिशिएटिव है जिसका नाम है ट्रैफिक. So you know that this is IUCN gives a report called as traffic. Please pay attention. IUCN gives a report called as traffic. IUCN की traffic report है. This report has said that India and Nepal should reduce rhino poaching. India and Nepal should reduce rhino poaching. Okay. Now, what is the status of rhino? Some rhinos are critically endangered, जैसे black rhino. Some rhino are near threatened, जैसे आपका white rhino. We have Sumatran rhino, we have great one-horned rhino. ये Indian rhino है. Great one-horned rhino को आप Indian rhino भी कहते हैं. Who does this? This is prepared by IUCN, Species Survival Commission. IUCN देता है ये report. ठीक है, और उन्होंने बोला है that India should take some effort. India should take some effort. India and Nepal should take some effort for the conservation of this. You see, this traffic is basically trade record analysis of flora and fauna in commerce. What is the full form of traffic? You will have trade records. जो भी trade हो रहा है उसके records रखेंगे, record analysis, and you will do the analysis of what? Of flora and fauna in commerce. Whatever is the trade that is taking place, you will give an analysis of the flora and fauna. It is basically a international NGO. ये ट्रैफिक एक NGO है. किसने बनाया है? WWF और IUCN ने मिलके बनाया है. इसकी रिपोर्ट आती है, वो रिपोर्ट हमने देखी. IUCN ट्रैफिक ने मिलके रिपोर्ट दी. So traffic is a NGO created by IUCN and Worldwide Fund for Nature. This NGO and IUCN have given a report which says that India and Nepal should come together and try to reduce rhino poaching. Okay. They will try to reduce the rhino poaching. Now, what is rhino? How many types of rhinos are there? You should also know the nature of the rhino. Rhino is a herbivore. Okay, it will eat grasses. It is not a carnivore. It will not eat the other animals. It is a large herbivore mammal. It is found in Africa and Asia. India वाले rhino को हम कहते हैं greater one-horned rhino. The status is vulnerable. There are other rhinos also. You have Java rhino, Sumatra rhino. You have black rhino, white rhino. Okay? So black rhino, Java rhino, Sumatra rhino, they are critically endangered. White rhino and Indian rhino are not critically endangered. Indian rhino is vulnerable. White rhino is near threatened. ठीक है? विशाल राजपूत, have you come here to teach other students? माइक की बात क्यों कर रहे हो अभी आप? Okay, I think Vishal. नहीं, Vishal नहीं. I'm so sorry, not Vishal. Vikas, please pay attention to the class, बच्चे. Please pay attention. Vikas, please pay attention to the class. If you keep on chatting, how will you pay attention to the class, बच्चे? Please pay attention. I'm sorry, I said Vishal by mistake. ठीक है? IUCN का status हमने देख लिया. Types of rhino that is found in the world we've seen. Okay? Now, what is traffic? We've also seen. So, along with traffic, along with IUCN, we have seen that traffic is an initiative of WWF. It is an NGO. Now, there has been a report that has come. The report has been there on rhino. And what is the status of rhino? How many types of rhino are there? ठीक है? We have already seen that. Now, moving on to the next topic. You should know that IUCN ही चल रहा है. हमारा बेस क्या चल रहा है? हमारा बेस चल रहा है IUCN. IUCN के अंदर you have a group. You have a group called as Species Survival Commission. Species Survival Commission. So, this Species Survival Commission is one of the expert commission under IUCN. IUCN के अंदर there are a lot of expert commission. One of them is IUCN Species Survival Commission. It maintains, the Species Survival Commission maintains IUCN red list of threatened species. We have seen. It is basically a specialist group. Why was this the news? Because Shri Vivek Memon has been classified as the chair of IUCN Species Survival Commission. IUCN हमने देखा, there are a lot of commissions inside the IUCN. You have General Assembly, you have Secretariat, you have commissions. One of the commission is Species Survival Commission, and this Species Survival Commission gives you the red data list of threatened species. He has the one who has become a chairman now. ठीक है? Now, there was another thing in news, that is about Earth Summit. Union Home and Cooperation Minister of Home, MHA, has inaugurated Earth Summit in Gandhinagar at 2025. तो हमने Earth Summit को inaugurate किया 2025 का, MHA ने, Ministry of Home Affairs ने किया हुआ है, ठीक है. It is the second edition, ठीक है. Third edition will take place in Delhi. Second edition has taken place in Gandhinagar. The first edition was held in Hyderabad. The Earth Summit, the first one was in Hyderabad. The second one is, so it is going from south to north, Gandhinagar, and then the third one will be taking place in Delhi. What is it? What is this Earth Summit of India? Basically, we want to give power to the rural economy. We want to give power to the rural economy. We want to have lot of initiatives that supports the rural economy. We have lot of technology also, that you will have Sahakari Sarthi Bank, cooperative banks. You will have campaign Sarthi, you will have website Sarthi. You want to support the rural economy. The present government, that is international level. Yes, that is international level. Correct. We've done that Vikas before. ठीक है, we've done that before. That is at the international level. हम इंडिया लेवल की बात कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, जब हम जहाँ पे हम रूरल इकोनॉमी को सपोर्ट करने की बात कर रहे हैं. The present government has given a lot of emphasis on the rural economy also. रूरल डेवलपमेंट, रूरल इकोनॉमी के लिए उन्होंने ये एक इनिशिएटिव लाया है, राइट. ओके, so this was about why in news that we have seen. Then the next one, that is, it's okay. Next one, this is important. Animal Welfare Board of India. Animal Welfare Board of India. You remember we had studied a board before taking a break. That is presided by the Prime Minister. Please tell me the name of the board that we studied that is presided by the Prime Minister. Which is the board that we study that is presided by the Prime Minister? Before going for a break, we had studied a board that is presided by the Prime Minister. National Board for Wildlife. National Board for Wildlife. Okay, yes. Now we are studying another board. We are studying another board, that is Animal Welfare Board. Under what act was this established? Under what act was National Board for Wildlife established? National Board for Wildlife is established under what act? कौन सी act है? There is this Wildlife Protection Act of 1972. It was amended in 2002 to create National Board for Wildlife. ठीक है? Now, under what act? Under what act is the Welfare Board established? You remember what is welfare? Welfare is kalyan karna. Welfare Board, Animal Welfare Board is established under the act. The name of the act is Prevention of Cruelty. Prevention of cruelty to animals. We don't want to be cruel to the animals. Prevention of cruelty to the animals. So now I am studying what? I am studying this in news. That is why is Animal Welfare Board. Okay, the Animal Welfare Board in online. Why is it there in news? The Animal Welfare Board of India, now they have hosted some of the award ceremony. Prani ka mitra. Prani mitra means the friend of the animal. The friend of the animal. Jeev Daya. Jeev Daya. Jeev Daya means helping the life. Okay, so they have given this. They have given some awards, and the award ceremony was taking place in Delhi. So they have given Animal Welfare Board of India, they have given some awards, Prani Mitra Award and Jeev Daya Award. This is the event is recognizes individuals for exceptional contribution to animal welfare. They are talking about these types of, and there are some categories also. Prani Mitra has 5 categories, Jeev Daya has 3 categories. What about the Animal Welfare Board? It is a statutory body under section 4 of Preventive of Cruelty to the Animals. The headquarters is there in Haryana. It is administered by Ministry of Agriculture, Farming, Animal Husbandry, Dairy. Okay. Is this fine? Ministry of Agriculture, and this. Founded by Rukmani Devi Arundel. She was a notable animal enthusiast. Okay? Notable animal enthusiast. Basically, we want to promote animal welfare and prevention of cruelty. It is an advisory body to central and the state government. For example, one of the Ministry of Agriculture. ठीक है? Vikas. For example, there are abattoirs where the animals are killed. So one of the recommendation that was given by Animal Welfare Board was that the abattoirs should be designed so that causes less pain to the animal. So they did not say that ban the abattoirs, but they said that you should design them in such a manner that there should be less pain to the animals. So they want to prevent cruelty to the animals. That is one of the idea. Okay? Now, Mishti scheme. I hope all of you know what is Mishti scheme. Batao. Anybody knows what is Mishti scheme? This is important one. Anybody knows what is Mishti scheme? Mangroves. It is related to mangroves. Okay, Gujarat has emerged as a national leader in mangrove afforestation. Mishti क्या करता है? Mangrove initiative for shoreline habitat and tangible increase. Basically, increase the mangrove cover. गुजरात काफी अच्छा काम किया उन्होंने. 2023 में ये स्कीम लॉन्च हुई थी. 2023 this scheme was launched. Okay. India is part of Mangrove Alliance. It was launched at COP27 in UNFCCC. ठीक है? Now, this is an important one. Cali Fund. ये important है. Cali Fund क्या है? Cali Fund is basically एक fund है to enhance biodiversity finance. To give more money for the biodiversity. This is coming under CBD. ये CBD के अंदर आता है. CBD के अंदर आता है. Okay, so CBD के अंदर to give more money for the biodiversity conservation. This was launched. It was launched in COP15. ठीक है? For giving more finances. And for doing some research also. Digital geosequencing information for sharing equitable benefits. Everybody must contribute a part of their revenue towards biodiversity convention. This is managed by UNDP and UNEP. The secretariat is the same secretariat of CBD. ठीक है, तो CBD के अंदर जो fund है, that is your Cali fund for the protection of biodiversity. We know what is CBD. We know it is an international treaty for the conservation of the biodiversity. Now, two more important news. One is eco-centric approach by Supreme Court and the environment audit rules. Environment audit rules, that is there. Then we have reports that are coming. Then we have this international treaty. तीसरा important point ये है, international treaty on plant genetic resources and food. The next one that is there in briefs is बाकी सब. एक और important चीज जो है, India's first DNA based count, ये भी important है. Cairo Bank is important, and this one, Great Nicobar Island Project. So 5 things we will cover now. What we are going to cover is Great Nicobar Project, Great Nicobar Island Project. We have this International Treaty for Plant and Genetic Resources. We have new rules coming, and we have eco-centric approach by Supreme Court. Now, this is in there in news, eco-centric approach by Supreme Court. See, please pay attention. One of the greatest debate when we have an environment is, who should you focus more upon? Should you focus more on environment conservation, or should you focus more on growth and development? This is always a debate, right? This is always a debate that what should you focus more? Should I focus more on environment? Should I focus more on development? Let me give you an example from India. You remember this? There was this question that was coming few years back. कुछ साल पहले ये क्वेश्चन आया था वेस्टर्न घाट्स पे. वेस्टर्न घाट इज अ ह्यूज बायोडाइवर्सिटी. वेस्टर्न घाट हैज ह्यूज बायोडाइवर्सिटी रिसोर्स. You will see a lot of plants, you see evergreen forest, you see tropical forest, you see a lot of species, faunas coming up, correct? In the Western Ghats, every year, sometime in the news, naya froggy aa jata hai. So now I have to protect Western Ghats. The government took initiatives and they said that we will go for protection of Western Ghat. They appointed a committee. The name of the committee was Madhav Gadgil Committee. Madhav Gadgil Committee said what? The entire Western Ghat should be protected. Please don't do any development. कोई भी development मत करो. Correct? If you don't go for development, there's lot of industries that will be compromised. Right? Bauxite industries, aluminium based industries, the farmers, the plantations of the coffee, they will be compromised. So there was, Kasturi Rangan and Madhav Gadgil Committee. Correct? So that will be compromised. It will be compromised. Everything will be compromised. So there was lot of debate. There was lot of protest that started. There was lot of debate that started. As the lot of debate and protest started, there was another committee. There was another committee that was created later on. Yes, there was another committee that was created later on that was called as Kasturi Rangan Committee. Pehle Madhav Gadgil the, then Kasturi Rangan came. Kasturi Rangan said that okay, fine. We will demarcate Western Ghats into 3 sections. Section 1, eco-sensitive zone 1, eco-sensitive zone 2, eco-sensitive zone 3. In some of the zones, no development activities can be allowed. In some of the other zones, the developmental activities can be allowed. So that was an approach where you balance environment with development. The first approach that was followed by Madhav Gadgil is called as eco-centric approach. Ecology should be in the center. Now why is there this in news? One, okay. Why is there in news? Because yes, there was a recent death that happened, so इसलिए news हो जाता है. और एक और important चीज why this is there in news is because Supreme Court has said that India should adopt a eco-centric approach. उन्होंने बोला आप eco-centric approach apply करेंगे. ठीक है. It was first global shift from anthropocentric approach. Anthropo मतलब आप, मैं, we are at the center of universe. No. ecology as it is at the center of universe. So you should shift from human centric ecocentric approach to the ecocentric approach. Anthropocentric approach से human centric approach से आप shift हो जाओ वो ecocentric approach पे. Basically you must protect environment not only for human benefit. Don't just protect the environment because वो हमको कुछ देता है. Protect the environment because it itself possesses a value. It possesses an intrinsic value and it is a part of our culture. We worship trees, we worship animals, so please protect it. So what is anthropocentric approach and ecocentric approach? Anthro, it views humans as central. हम ही यूनिवर्स हैं, हम ही भेग हैं, हम ही देव हैं. But ecocentric approach recognize nature as intrinsic valuable. It has to be protected. Here in the anthropocentric approach, you protects the human for you protects the environment for human benefit. But in the ecocentric approach, you protect because of sustainability. And therefore, many of the rivers, they have been given the status of what? They have been given the status of personhood, right? कुछ rivers को आपने person की तरह मान लिया और उनकी fundamental rights होती है. They have this fundamental rights. The laws are granting legal personhood to a nature so that they can have their fundamental rights. Environmental impact is very important for development. Humans are caretakers and stewards of environment. आप nature को serve करने के लिए आए हो. We are the steward. We are the servants of the nature. We are the caretakers of the nature. If it was anthropocentric approach, human was seen as a controller. Human was seen as an exploiter. You wanted to protect because of social benefits. You wanted to manage the resources for human welfare. So they said that please focus on ecocentric approach. ठीक है? And how did the Supreme Court come at this decision? There's Article 48A. There's Article 51A. There's Doctrine of Public Trust. That the state, the humans, they hold natural resource as a trustee of public. They are preserving it for future generation. Many of these said that, many of the people have said that this is a judicial activism. Judicial is getting too active. Judiciary बहुत ज़्यादा भावुक और active हो रही है. This is judicial activism. Is this fine? So, ecocentric approach by the Supreme Court. Okay, so this was there in news and this was important. Now, what do we have? We have environment audit rules of 2025. The new rules have come. Ministry said that we will go for environmental auditors. You understand what is audit? Financial auditors, they audit, they evaluate the financial integrity is there or not. Has the money spent where it was supposed to be spent? Similarly, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, they have appointed new audit rules. They have approved a new class of independent environmental auditors. They should have what? There should be environmental auditors under Environment Protection Act. Under the Environment Audit Rules. Audit rules जो है environment के audit rules के अंदर उन्होंने नए independent auditors को appoint किया है. ठीक है? So that we can address why there is problem that is coming due to in CPCB, SPCB. What is the problem? They will ensure, they will not only function Environment Protection Act, they will not only function according to this, they will also evaluate the Forest Conservation Act, they will also evaluate Wildlife Protection Act, they will also see green credit rules, they will see this. So, Environment Protection Act, Forest Conservation Act, Wildlife Protection Act, green credit rules. They will see whether the rules like e-waste rules, plastic waste rules, battery waste rules, they are followed or not. They can take environment impact assessment anytime. They will take environment impact assessment any time. Okay. So, these auditors will now take EIA. They can take EIA. So this is one that has come. The ministry has come up with new audit rules. Is this fine? Okay. Then the next important, what is, how will they be authorized? What is the registration that they have to do? It is fine. This is a procedural issue. This is the procedural issue that is to be there. Now, there has to be international treaty. There is an international treaty on plant genetic resources for FAO. Okay? You understand what is FAO? International Treaty on Plant Genetic Resources for FAO. I will just elaborate this. This has been there in news because India has opposed. India has done some opposition here. So what is this? This is an international treaty. There's an international treaty on plant genetic resources for FAO. एक international organization है called as FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. Under the Food and Agriculture Organization, there is an international treaty. There is an international treaty. Now, this international treaty was proposing, there were some of the amendments that were proposed. India ने कुछ objections raise किए हैं. There were some of the amendments that were proposed, or India has raised the objections that you will not go for these amendments. Okay, इसको plant treaty भी कहते हैं. Under the plant treaty which is there under FAO, there were some of the amendments that were being done, and the amendments, they have been rejected by India. India said that you cannot go for these amendments. Now what was there? What is actually happening? Why India has raised some of the organized. So first let us know about the treaty. What is this plant treaty? Plant treaty है क्या? ये एक legally binding treaty है. It is a legally binding treaty under FAO. It is a legally binding treaty under FAO. What does it do? It conserves the genetic, it allows for conservation of genetic resources. It allows conservation of genetic resources, sustainable use of the genetic resources. You recognize that farmers contribute to the crop diversity, and you allow for fair and equitable sharing. So there were some amendments that were being proposed to the plant treaty. India said that no, I am not agreeing to the amendments. But what is this plant treaty? First, this plant treaty conserves the genetic resources of the plant. As it conserves, it also allows for sustainable use. Sustainable तरीके से आप use कर पाओगे. And जो भी use करेगा उसको पैसे देने पड़ेंगे. Fair and equitable sharing of benefits होएगा. इंडिया ने इस treaty को accept किया था पहले. ठीक है. They also have 3 types of crops. They have 64 types of crops in Annex 1. यहाँ पे benefit sharing मिलता है. There's also Annex 2 crops. There are Annex 1 and Annex 2 crops. So there are some crops that have been put under Annex 1. और भी कुछ crops आपने Annex 1 के अंदर डाले हैं. So India is, ठीक है? Yes, Vikas, but that is about biodiversity. That is in Convention of Biodiversity. That is not about agriculture resources. This is about food and agriculture resources. ये food और agriculture resources की बात हो रही है, biodiversity resources की नहीं. ठीक है? So यहाँ पे 64 crops already mentioned हैं. Okay? And they said that it has wheat, maize, sorghum. अब इसमें और crops डालने की बात चल रही थी तो इंडिया ने मना कर दिया. India said that no, there's lot of crops that you are adding and this will create a problem for our trade. It will create a problem for our trade. ठीक है? So this is what has happened. So you should know what is a plant treaty, what is it important for, who does it, whether India is a participant or not. Okay? Whether India is a participant or not. Please always understand whenever there is a talk about any resource. ये treaty कौन सी थी? About the genetic resource of plants. This treaty was about genetic resources of the plants. ठीक है? International treaty for द जेनेटिक रिसोर्स ऑफ द प्लांट्स, इसलिए इसको प्लांट ट्रीटी भी कहते हैं. एंड इट वाज अंडर अ इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कॉल्ड एज FAO. Whenever there is a talk about genetic resources, जब भी resources की बात होती है, चाहे वो biodiversity resource हो, please pay attention, whether it is a biodiversity resource, whether it is a wetland, whether it is a plant, what are the three important things that we look forward? You look forward that you will have to utilize the resource, that we know, but you will also have to conserve the resource. Any resource, आपको उसको क्या करना है? Conserve करना है. Second, not only will you conserve, but you will also go for sustainable development. But you will also go for sustainable development of that resource. You will utilize, or sustainable use of that resource. You will use the resource, you will use wetlands, you will use forest, you will use genetic resources of the plants, you will use other thing of biodiversity, but you will go for sustainable use. And when you use, you will get some benefit, you will get some economic benefit, knowledge benefit. That benefit has to be shared. That benefit has to be shared by the farmers, by the tribal, by those who are protecting the resource equitably. Sharing of the benefits in a equitable manner. समझ आई ये बात? Sharing of the benefits equitably. Yes or no? Are we getting this point? Any resource. So similarly, in the plant treaty, you will have to conserve the plants. You will go for sustainable use, and you will have to share the benefits. You will have to share the benefits in an equitable manner. Talk about biodiversity resources. We have Convention on Biodiversity. Convention on Biodiversity. Biodiversity में क्या है? Convention on Biodiversity. This is about Nagoya Protocol. This is about the Nagoya Protocol. All of you, are you there or you have gone? How many of you are present? Sachin Bakshi, Sanchita Bakshi, Sachin, Vikas. Rest of you have gone to sleep, I guess. Ayush Patel, Mari, Jumana, Manish. ठीक है. So some of you are there. Okay, Manish, Vikas, Madhusmita, Vidhan Bagdi, Amrit Raj. All of you are there. Many of you are there. Okay, perfect. Okay, now this project was lot in news. Muskan is present. बहुत बच्चे present है. Okay, Ishwari, Suraj, Mahesh Babu, Prapti, Sanchita. Okay, is it Sakshi? Okay. Okay, then Sakshi, Sanchita, I taught geography to you. Let me link. I am starting off the new topic, that is Great Nicobar project. This is the Great Nicobar project. Okay, I want to revise some geography now. Great Nicobar project. There are 2-3 questions. Happy Ugadi. Today is Telugu New Year. Today is lot of New Years. Today is Gudi Padwa. That is, we celebrate the New Year in Maharashtra. Today is Cheti Chand. That we celebrate the New Year for the Sindhi community. You have Ugadi. That is the New Year for the Telugu. Okay, Telugu New Year. Okay. Good afternoon, Satish Ahirwar. Okay. Now, let me revise a bit of geography for you. This is India. You have Andaman Nicobar here. Can you tell me? North to south, Andaman Nicobar. Can you tell me north to south, Andaman Nicobar? North Andaman, Middle Andaman, South Andaman. क्या है बताओ? North Andaman, उसके बाद Middle Andaman, South Andaman. Then we have 10-degree channel. Then we have निकोबार का बताओ मुझे, निकोबार का बताओ. 8 degrees there in Andaman Nicobar. Is it, Vikas? Or 8 degrees there between Maldives and Minicoy? Little Nicobar, Little Nicobar, Car Nicobar and Great Nicobar. Little, Car, Great. Little Nicobar, Car Nicobar and Great Nicobar. छोटी कार बढ़िया है, छोटी कार बढ़िया होती है, उसका मेंटेनेंस कम होता है. छोटी कार ग्रेट, छोटी कार बढ़िया होती है, ऐसे छोटी कार बढ़िया होती है, उसका मेंटेनेंस कम होता है. नाउ ग्रेट निकोबार. Nicobar is closest to which Indonesian island? This Great Nicobar is closest to which Nicobar island? Little Nicobar island is closest to which Indonesian island? निकोबार कौन से इंडोनेशियन आइलैंड के पास है? निकोबार is closest to which Indonesian island? Come on, let me know. It is closest to सोजा बाली, लोमड़े आने वाली है. सोजा बाली, लोमड़ी आने वाली है. सो जा बाली, लोमड़ी आने वाली है. It is closest to Sumatra Island, not Java Island. Bidhan Bagdi. It is closest to Sumatra Island. Soja Bali, लोमड़ी आने वाली है. This is Sumatra, this is Java, this is Bali, this is Lombok. Sumatra, Java, Bali, Lombok. Right? It is closest to Sumatra Islands. If I talk about, there were certain islands that have the names have changed. There were certain islands whose name have changed. For example, Neil Island, Ross Island. Remember? Havelock Island. These were the old names. These were the old names. Islands in Andaman. What has Neil become? What is the new name? What is Ross Island become? What is Havelock Island become? What has Neil Island become? Tell me. चलो रॉस से चालू करते हैं. रॉस बन गया बॉस. वेरी गुड. मरी. रॉस बन गया बॉस. रॉस हैज बिकम सुभाष चंद्र बोस आइलैंड. रॉस बन गया बॉस. हैव स्वराज. अरे वेरी गुड. मारी पालिन निखिल. मरीपाल निखिल है गेस. ठीक है. हैव बन गया हैव स्वराज. सबको स्वराज चाहिए. हैव बन गया स्वराज आइलैंड. नीली शहीदी. ब्लू इंडिगो. Blue was blue. Yes, Neel Shahid. This had become Shahid Islands. Very good. Neeli Shahidi. Akhil, I can see your greetings. थैंक यू। ठीक है, आ जाए। So where are we? We are in the Great Nicobar Island projects. The Great Nicobar, we know, छोटी कार बढ़िया होती है। ग्रेट निकोबार यानी एकदम साउथ में। The Great Nicobar is in exactly entirely south. So the Great Nicobar Island project. You have Great Nicobar Island project. It has been raised concern. There have been a lot of concerns that have been raised. M. Nikhil. Okay. Okay. Great Nicobar project has raised a lot of concerns about the environmental laws. About the Great Nicobar, basically we wanted to develop is as a trade hub. We wanted to develop is a defense hub. We wanted to develop it as a logistic hub. Okay. But then there have lot been concerns that have been raised by the tribal communities, by the environmental communities, by the forest under the Forest Right Act. Lot of concerns have been raised. Especially there is this Champagne policy. There is this Champagne tribe. There's the name of the tribe, Champagne tribe. So Champagne tribe के जो safeguards हैं उसके लिए आपको concerns raised हुए थे. The Champagne policy of 2015, they wanted to protect the culture and the welfare of the Champagne tribe. Champagne tribe there is there in the Nicobar, Nicobarese tribe, and the Champagne tribe is there in Nicobar. There have been lot of concerns. You can see Great Nicobar is at the last. This is the last point that has been shown. Okay. Who is implementing this project? The project is being implemented by Andaman Nicobar Integrated Development Corporation. Okay. They have raised concerns about the biocultural rights. As the name suggests, bio is about the plants, culture is about the cultural of the types. It is about the indigenous tribe to conserve the resources, to conserve the natural resources. उस पे भी question है, and it is also raising threats to their culture. ठीक है, threats to their culture. What we wanted to go for development, in the development we wanted to create a trade hub, we wanted to create a logistic hub, we wanted to create a international airport here, we wanted to go for solar plant here, international airport लगाना था, solar plant लगाना है, ठीक है. There is this container ship transshipment terminal, but there have been concerns that have been raised. There have been concerns that have been raised. We know about, this is about a little bit of geography. We have already covered the geography, that it is the southernmost island of the Nicobar. It is there in Bay of Bengal. It has protected sites like Great Nicobar Biosphere Reserve. It has Campbell Bay National Park. It has Galathea National Park. So Nicobar is a part of World Network of Biosphere Reserve. We have seen, correct? When we were doing cold desert, it is also a part of World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Even Nicobar Biosphere Reserve is also a part. This has lot of important significance. It has tropical forest, it has lot of coral reefs, it has marine life. Dugong is also there, so that will be affected, right? Sea cow, olive ridley turtle, tropical forest, coral reefs. Now what about the Andaman Nicobar developmental agencies? It is a quasi governmental agency. It has come under Companies Act. They will exploit the natural resource and create for the development. So this was little criticized. It was criticized because of the environmental and the tribal policies. Now the next important news is India's first DNA based count. This is done for the elephant. This is done for the elephant. For the elephant, we have this All India synchronized elephant, All India synchronized elephant DNA testing. We have done the first ever DNA testing for the elephants. Okay, synchronized elephant estimation technique, इसको साई भी कहते हैं. We have seen that there have been decline in the elephants. The elephants are present where it is present in Western Ghats, it is present in Northeastern region, it is present in Brahmaputra region. तो Western Ghats में है, Northeast में होते हैं, Brahmaputra floods में है, flood plain में, Brahmaputra flood plain, Shivaliks में it is there in the Gangetic plain, it is there in central India, it is there in the Eastern Ghats. We've seen that there have been decline of 18%. India's wildlife elephant population has declined. India is having a lot of Asian elephants and most of them is in Karnataka. This was asked already in UPSC once. Most of it is in Karnataka, फिर Kerala, फिर Assam, फिर Tamil Nadu, फिर Kerala. ठीक है? It is the first ever DNA based elephant census that has been done. It is jointly done by Environment Ministry, Project Elephant and Wildlife Institute of India. So environment MOEFS, Project Elephant, we have that, and we have WII. We've done the elephant sampling using dunk analysis, fingerprinting, camera traps, all of them have been used. All of them have been used. Virendra Gupta, is that important question right now, bache? Is that an important question right now? You have done DNA analysis, you have satellite done analysis, you've done fingerprints, you have done recapture model, there have also been dunk analysis. Ye question bhi pooch sakte hai UPSC, that what are the methods used? What are the methods used for the capture of the elephants? About the Indian elephant, we know some things about the Indian elephant. It is under Schedule 1 of Wildlife Protection Act. It is under Appendix 1 of cities. The status is endangered. It is India's national heritage animal. The distribution can be seen in Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Cambodia, China, Laos. पूरा Southeast Asia में बहुत ज़्यादा distributed है Asian elephant. India has lot of Asian elephants. ठीक है? So this is there in news. ठीक है. Now the next one that has been there in news, coral larvae cryobank. नाम से क्या लगता है? Coral reef है, तो corals polyps animals हैं, इनकी जो larvae है, the larvae of the coral polyps animals, they have been protected. They have been protected. There is a bank. Cryobank means what? Cryo is cold, cryogenic, cryosphere, cold. A cold bank, a cold storage facility has been created for the conservation of the larvae of the coral reefs, of the coral polyps, the larvae of the coral polyps and animal. They have been conserved in a cold storage. Who has done this? It has not been done by India. It has been done by Philippines. Philippines ने किया. So Philippines ने Southeast Asia की पहली coral larvae. This is Asia's first, Southeast Asia's first, sorry. Coral larvae cryobank has been conserved. What is happening? There are seeds that will come from this. They are being used at and stored at the ultra low temperature. At the ultra low temperature. They will help in coral conservation, etc. There was also a question that was asked before. This is a coral triangle in the Southeast Asia. Philippines, Australia and Indonesia. These countries, they have lot of coral reserves in the form of coral triangle. UPSC has already asked this. Philippines, Australia and Indonesia. So this was about what? This was about the biodiversity. The initiatives and legislations that we have seen. There were about 12 pages. We have done that. Now we have the next one. This is about the species that we have, and we have the protected areas. I am moving on to the index. We have done climate change. We have done climate change. We have done this one. Okay. 50 years of cities, International Big Cat Alliance, Basel, Rotterdam Convention, Cold Desert, National Board for Wildlife, IUCN World Conservation Status. What about the Plant Treaty? Plant Treaty, Earth Summit. This is about India. Unispecies Survival Commission. What is about the Red Data List? the World Heritage Report, Animal Welfare Board, Mishti Scheme, Cali Fund, okay, Plant Treaty. This we have done. Great Nicobar Island Project, the India's first DNA-based count for elephant, and the cold larvae corals. We have already covered these topics. Now, the protected areas that are there, this will be covered in geography. ये places in news है, tiger reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuary. These are the places in news that will be covered in geography, right? Again, this will be covered in geography. What we have to cover is this. We have to cover about the UN Ocean Conference. We will cover the oceans part. A very important part is the ocean parts, and then we will cover this part. The wetlands part. Ramsar we will do. Global Wetland Outlook we will do. That we will do this. Oceans and the wetlands. First we will do this, and I think this one, species, this species that are there, right? Snow leopard, dugong, polar bear, sebum, we will do at the end because ये बहुत easy है. It is quite easy. I think that's not much of scientific knowledge that you have to apply. It is about facts. It is about facts. So now I am moving on to doing the oceans part. We are doing to the oceans part. After the ocean parts, we will go for species and then pollution and sustainable development. Then pollution and then sustainable development. Okay? So let me first do the oceans part. That is much more important. So page number 55. Page number 55. Yeah. Yeah, the oceans part. See, like you have the conference for the lands, you also have the conference for the shipping. We saw, no? There was this International Maritime Organization that was having the conferences. That International Maritime Organization also we saw the conferences. At the ocean level, you have the conference. Now, this is a conference that took place, that is about the third ocean conference. There is lot of talks that is going about the third ocean conference, UN third ocean conference. We had seen the first ocean conference in New York. The second ocean conference was there in Lisbon. First one, the second one, the third one has taken place in the France. Okay, so New York, Lisbon and France mein hua hai. Fourth will be taken by Chile and South Korea. They have to be host that together. Now, what is this about UN Ocean Conference, right? Ocean has lot of biodiversity. Ocean has 70% of, we have the 70% of the earth's surface covered by ocean. There's lot of biodiversity, and we have to protect this biodiversity. This is a part of our Sustainable Development Goal 14, that you have to conserve the one. So 2025, this was hosted by France and Costa Rica together. We want to conserve and sustainably use the ocean. I said no, any resources. Which book you want me to name? Which book you want me to the name? Satish Sahiwar. Which book? कौन सी बेटा? Are you deleting your chats? I'm not able to see again. ठीक है. We're talking about ocean conferences. Third ocean conference that took place in 2025. Okay. That is taken place, co-hosted by Costa Rica and France. They said that we will go for conservation of the resource and sustainable use of the resource. I told no, any resource that has to be used conservatively and has to be used sustainably. You have to conserve and you have to sustainable. What is that you have taken at the United Nations Ocean Conference? You said that we will give $1 billion, euro 1 billion for the ocean. you will have to go for largest marine protected areas. Germany, we said that, EU said we will give euro 1 billion for ocean conservation. Spain has also said that we will protect 5 marine protected areas. Germany also has given euro 100 million. New Zealand also has given euro 52 million. Basically, many of the countries, okay, many of the countries, they have given money for the conservation of the ocean. Which NCERT book is best for UPSC? All the NCERT books are best. All the NCERT books are best from at least 6th to 11th, 6th to 12th. Aishwarya. Okay. Now, what was the outcome of the third conference? The outcome of the third conference was that we will protect the marine resources, we will curb pollution, we will go for our ocean, our future. You have given a declaration, Mera ocean hai, Mera future hai. Very important is we will conserve 30% of the ocean and land by 2030. We will conserve the 30% of the ocean by 2030, even the lands by 2030. Okay. There was also High Seas Treaty, that how should we govern the trade in the oceans? How will you govern the trade in the ocean? What will you do for the high seas? That was also mentioned. Okay. So this was about the third ocean conference, very, very important in news. You will go for 30% conservation of the oceans by 2030. You will go for high seas treaty. You will see that how is the trade regulated in the high seas. You have now started focusing on conservation of the oceans now. Okay? Now, the next one that we have in news is about ocean acidification. All of you, do you understand the concept of ocean acidification? How many of you understand the concept of ocean acidification? याद है कुछ? What is ocean acidification? This book, Satish, this is there in PW app. This is there in PW app. This is specifically designed for this is there in PW live, and it is you can download there from there. How many of you know about ocean acidification? How many of you know about ocean acidification? Okay, so all of you are giving me answers. What is ocean acidification? Ocean acidification, this is the ocean. This is the ocean. There is lot of carbon dioxide that is absorbed by the ocean. Ocean absorbs CO2. What is the pH of ocean? What is the pH of the ocean? The pH of the ocean is 8.1. So this is alkaline. It is not an acid. Please pay attention. Ocean is alkaline. But because of CO2, the pH can fall. The pH can fall and become 7.8. तभी भी alkaline ही रहेगा. उसके बाद भी alkaline ही रहेगा. Ocean cannot turn acid. Ocean cannot turn acid. Ocean is alkaline in nature. But there is this tendency of pH decrease. There is this tendency of pH decrease. There's a tendency where there is decrease in pH due to uptake of CO2. Due to uptake of CO2. Is called as what? It is called as ocean acidification. Ocean is not turning like an acid. Please understand. There is only a decrease in pH. Ocean will remain alkaline only. Okay? What happens? Because of H2O plus CO2, there is this H2CO3. This H2CO3. There is H2O plus CO2. This gives rise to H2CO3. This H2CO3 is broken into H positive ion plus HCO3 negative. This HCO3 negative is again and reverse back to H positive plus CO3 2 negative. CO3 2 negative. So what is happening in ocean acidification? Please know, in the ocean acidification, what is happening in the ocean acidification? You have increase in H positive ions. You have increase in acidification, or that is, you have decrease in the pH. The third is there is increase in the bicarbonate ion. There's increase in the bicarbonate ion, and there is decrease in the carbonate ion. There is decrease in the carbonate ion. Kyunki there is decrease in the carbonate ion, which is very, very important. Because of ocean acidification, क्या होता है? The organisms, they cannot utilize the carbonate ion. इनको carbonate ion नहीं मिलता है. The organisms' teeth or shells can't be formed. Properly बनेंगे ही नहीं. Because of ocean acidification. You might have seen in the news that the teeth of the shark was not formed properly because of ocean acidification, because there is decrease in the carbonate ion. So there is increase in the H positive ions, there is decrease in the pH, this is called as acidification, there is increase in the bicarbonate ion, and there is decrease in the carbonate ion. यही होता है ocean acidification में. You can start reading about it. You will see that there was a new study that said that the ocean acidification has already crossed the planetary boundaries. जितना planet का boundary होना चाहिए था, जितनी capacity होनी चाहिए थी, the ocean acidification has already caused it. There's lot of ocean acidification that is taking place. You can see what is happening in the ocean acidification. In the ocean acidification, there's decrease in the pH because of the uptake of CO2. It is also considered as a twill event of climate change. Why is this considered as twill event of the climate change? Because nearly 83% of the CO2 is absorbed by the oceans. Oceans ले लेते हैं. So the cause is there's lot of absorption of CO2 by the seawater. You will see that there is carbonic acid that is forming. The carbonic acid is leading to H positive ions and the bicarbonate ions. Because of the increase in pH, because in the increase in H positive ions, the pH is decreasing. There is also carbonate ions that are reducing. Low carbonate ions means limits the calcium carbonate shells in the coral, mollusk and planktons. So there is disruption to the marine food web, biodiversity and threat to the global marine security. So bicarbonate ion कम हो रहे हैं, carbonate ion कम हो रहे हैं और bicarbonate ions बढ़ रहे हैं. The bicarbonate ions are increasing, the carbonate ions are reducing. Okay. So this is about your ocean acidification. What do you mean by the new report said that they have crossed the planetary boundaries? They have crossed the planetary boundaries. So the planetary boundaries define the safe ecological limit of the critical earth system. So what is a safe limit? They have crossed the safe limit. Okay. They have crossed the planetary stability. Who gave this report? The report was given by Stockholm Resilience Center. They said that now one of the boundary has been crossed. They said that human will remain safe only when it respects all the planetary boundaries. There are 9 planetary boundaries. Land को लेके, oceans को लेके, climate को लेके, atmosphere को लेके. So one of the boundaries has already been crossed. That is about your ocean. That is what the report says. Okay. Can I move on? The next in topic that is important for ocean is darkening of the global oceans. You should know that ocean has few zones. Ocean has few zones. Okay, let me draw this ocean for you. Suppose this is the land. part, and let's say this is the ocean part. Let's say this is the ocean part. The average depth of the ocean is about 4 kilometers. The average depth of the ocean is about 4 kilometers. At the very first zone, this very first zone where the light reaches, जहां तक light पहुंचती है ocean की, this is merely up to 500 meter or sometimes 1 kilometer. This is called as the litted part. This is called as the little part. Litted part, जहां पे sunlight पहुंच रही है. This is the sunlight. The sunlight is reaching this part. This part is called as the sunlit part. The sunlit part. This is also called as a photic zone. Remember the word photons? Photons means light. This is the photic zone. Biomagnification is not due to acidification alone. Biomagnification is because of pollution. Also, algal bloom is because of nutrients. It is because of the nutrients. Algal bloom अगर ज़्यादा nutrients चले जाएंगे, phosphatic and nitrogen, it is related to pollution. Both of these topics are related to pollution, बच्चे. Okay. Now, so you will have photic zone. In case you are trying to link like this, Manish, that if there is more CO2, there will be less dissolved oxygen. If you are trying to link this, as the CO2 increases, the photosynthesis activity will also increase. Okay? So that is a very different relation. Algal bloom is mostly about pollution. Biomagnification is 100% about pollution. Okay? Okay. Now this is the photic zone. This is the sunlit zone. यहाँ पे light पहुँचती है. उसके बाद next up to 1 kilometer. Next up to 1 kilometer here. That is 500 meter to 1 kilometer. 500 मीटर से 1 किलोमीटर तक, 500 मीटर से 1 किलोमीटर तक you have dysphotic zone, very minute sunlight, बहुत ही कम sunlight होगी, very minute sunlight. This is called as dysphotic zone. Dysphotic zone, very minute sunlight. And here below 1 kilometer up to 4 kilometer or 3 kilometer, 1 kilometer से लेके 3 kilometer तक, what do you have? You have aphotic zone. You have aphotic zone. Aphotic zone, you don't have sunlight. Now what is the report saying? The report is saying that this is the dark part. This is the dark part. There is no sunlight. No sunlight. Now what is the report saying? That this portion of dark light has increased. The portion of the dark light has increased. Okay. So about ocean darkening, the study titled Darkening of the Cold Ocean, that found that 21% of the global ocean has darkened between 2003 to 2022. 2003 से 2022 तक there have been darkening of the oceans. So what is happening? Ocean has darkened more. What does this mean? What does this mean? Ocean darkening. It refers to reduction in the light penetration. The light is not penetrating through the ocean water. There is reduction in the light penetration through the ocean water. This is shrinking of the photic zone. The A zone has shrink. The B zone, the aphotic zone, has increased. What will happen because of this? You will see that many of the organisms, they depend on the sunlight for survival and reproduction. If there is reduced sunlight, there will be threatening of these organisms. So this will affect marine ecosystem, it will affect biodiversity, it will affect climate change, etc. Okay? Why are the ocean darkening? Because there's lot of organic matter that is coming. Algal bloom, बहुत सारे nutrients are being, there's lot of nutrients that are coming. बहुत ज़्यादा nitrogen, phosphates, fertilizers are being run off, and because of this, there's a lot of algal bloom. The algal bloom is blocking the sunlight. Manish, the algal bloom is blocking the sunlight. Okay. If there is change in the sea temperature, if the temperature changes, this affects the ocean oxygen level and carbon dioxide level. It will lead to less if the ocean is warm, right? Please pay attention. If the ocean is warm, then what will happen? It will dissolve. It will dissolve. Ye, Manish, this is a point that you were asking. Please pay attention. That if the ocean is warm, there will be less dissolved oxygen in the ocean. If there's less dissolved oxygen, that will lead to algal blooms. That will lead to algal bloom. So if the temperature changes, that also leads to algal bloom. If it leads to algal bloom, then there will be ocean darkening. There will be ocean darkening. Okay? Then, so this is leading to ocean darkening. We understand what is a photic zone. It is up to 200 meters. It is having photosynthesis. It is the base of marine chain. यही photosynthesis होगा तभी food बनेगा. Food बनेगा तो food chains आएंगी. 90% of marine life are in the photic zone. ठीक है? It is important for oxygen production, carbon recycling, climate regulation. So, photic zone is the most important zone. You have photosynthesis, uptake of carbon dioxide, giving up of CO2, that is already there. Okay. So, this was about your darkening of the ocean. Then, to manage the ocean, you also have a ocean coordination mechanism. There is a body that has been developed that is launched by UNESCO. UNESCO also helps in ocean coordination. So, there is a mechanism that helps in ocean coordination. Ocean coordination mechanism. It was launched by UNESCO. UNESCO ने launch किया. There is a mechanism that has been launched now that will help in coordination of ocean activities in a better manner. Okay. This will help in, sustainable fishing, reducing the pollution, help in blue carbon, help in protection of marine areas. So, one ocean mechanism has been created under UNESCO. Nothing great there. Okay. This has been created under which commission? UNESCO has lot of commission. Under the UNESCO's commission, the name of the commission is Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission. So the ocean coordination mechanism आया है. एक UNESCO एक body है. This is the bigger body. In the bigger body, you have a commission. There are a lot of committees. So, there's a lot of commission also. In the commission, you have this ocean coordinating mechanism. OCM is not important for me. But OCM is not important, but IOC is important. But the IOC, what is this IOC? International Oceanographic Commission, ये है क्या? It is a body under UNESCO. I know that it is a body under UNESCO. It is a body under UNESCO. इसका secretariat कहाँ है? क्या करता है? What does it try to do? What does it try to do? So IOC, it governs, it asks for international cooperation in marine sciences. It has 150 member states. It gives scientific knowledge for the oceans. It promotes peace in the ocean. Okay. Its secretariat is in the Paris. It has also coordinated the ocean decade. It has also coordinated. It has also coordinated the ocean decade. Is it fine? You should be having one question that should come in your mind. Why am I taking this time? That is India a member of IOC? ये दिमाग में question आना चाहिए. India is a member of IOC. India is a member of IOC. Now, then we have another thing that is there in news is about blue flag certification. One thing that is there in news is blue flag certification or high seas treaty or wetlands. What is a blue flag certification? What is a blue flag certification? Anybody knows? क्यों न्यूज में रहा है? Because Rushikonda beach, they have been given blue flag certification. So anybody knows what is a blue flag certification? Tell me please. What is a blue flag certification? Puri beach of Odisha has got the blue flag certification. Whenever a beach gets a blue flag certification, it means that a beach is very very clean. Beach बहुत clean है. So blue flag certification means the beach is clean. Even many other 5 beaches in Maharashtra also, they have got the certificate. Okay? They have also got the certificate. Even Maharashtra mein, they have got the certificate. So what is a blue flag certification? It is a certification that is given by a body that is a foundation for, it's a clean beach. Very good, Sachin. Blue flag certification is a certification that is given by a body called as Foundation for Environmental Education. Foundation for Environmental Education that has come up in that is there in Denmark. They say that the beach meets the highest environmental safety and quality standards. So it's a very very clean beach. It has nearly 33 compliance. It has having good cleanliness. The management is good. The water quality is good. The hygiene is good. There is good education. There's awareness. There is significant life safety services are there. Okay, this is seen in India. Puri beach has got it. Who sees this in India? In India, we have a body called as SICOM, Society for Integrated Coastal Management. This is under Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change. There's a body called as SICOM under Ministry of Environment Forest. They said that they are the one who declare in beach as the blue flag beach. The blue flag beach. Now in Maharashtra, many of the beaches have been declared as blue flag certification beach. Okay. Now, so even Rushikonda now have got this one. Where is Rushikonda beach? Rushikonda beach is in Andhra Pradesh, Vishakhapatnam. Rushikonda, Rushi means the sage. Okay, Konda means hill. Konda means hill. In Telugu language, hill. So hill of the sages. Rushiyon ki hill hai wo. It is the hill of the sages. Rushikonda. Where is it? It is in the Andhra Pradesh. It is there in the Andhra Pradesh. It also has Rusheshwar temple. Blue flag certificate was revoked because of the hygiene. Now they have again got the blue flag. It is the only beach in Andhra Pradesh that has got this. Okay, all of you. Yes, Rusheshwar temple. Okay, there are 7 hills that is surrounding. Now they have again got its certification back. We have seen We have seen this. What is a blue flag certification? आपने देख लिया है, but फिर से एक बार रिवाइज कर ले. It is a certification that can be obtained by a beach, by marine, by boating tourism operator, that is called as eco label. Denmark based FEE awards it. It is given annually to the member. They have internationally recognized. They are based on 33 criteria. The criteria can be under 4 head, whether there is education, whether there is bathing water quality, whether there is environmental management, whether there is conservation and safety services. So is there safety, is there cleanliness and hygiene, is there education that is there, do we have good management? ठीक है, इंडिया ने भी अपना एक खुद का इको लेबल लॉन्च किया, दैट इज बीम्स. On the line of blue flag certification, India also has its beach environment and aesthetic management services. So we also have our national beams. Now about the next one, that is High Seas Treaty. What is High Seas Treaty? We have seen this in the ocean conferences, third ocean conference, wherein we said that we will also implement High Sea Treaty. So you should know what is the term high sea means. You should know what does the term high sea mean. Suppose, I'll tell you here, I'll give you an example. Suppose this is a land part. Please pay attention. High Seas Treaty पढ़ा रही हूँ. Okay. Suppose this is a land portion. Okay. Surrounded by the oceans. Surrounded by the oceans. The oceans can be demarcated into various zones. Oceans बहुत सारे zones हो सकती हैं ocean की. There will be one part connecting to the land, a straight line connecting land to land. There can be a straight line that will connect the land portions. Suppose this is the land. So here, this line. This is a line in the ocean. From this line, you can draw another line in the ocean, another zone in the ocean, another zone in the ocean. Okay. So this is the land part. This is the ocean part. Okay, this is the ocean part. Land is never straight, but you want straight zone in the ocean. Land जो होता है generally straight नहीं होता है, एक straight line नहीं होगी. So, but you want the straight zones in the ocean so that there is no confusion. So what you do is, you try to connect and draw a straight line in the land, from the land. You try to draw a straight line on the land. Suppose this is the land. This was the land boundary. You draw a straight line. ये जो water है, the water between the straight line and the land. This is the straight line, okay? The water between the straight line on the ocean and the land is called as internal water. This is called as the internal water. For example, let me take an example of India. We know this. India, this is not a straight. India, we don't have a straight line. So you draw a straight line. This will become the internal water. So the land, the water between land and the straight line, जो water land और straight line के बीच में, इसको कहते हैं internal water. From the straight line, you calculate 12 nautical mile. What is nautical mile? It's a unit of measurement. 12 nautical mile. And again draw a straight line. What is this called as? This is called as territorial water. Territorial water means it is considered like a territory of the country. Suppose this is India. This will be considered as the territory of India. यहाँ पे वही laws लगेंगे जो इंडिया पे लगते हैं. So TW is the territorial water. It is the territorial water. It will have the same laws what are applicable to the territory of India. Okay, and again then from this you have a 12 nautical mile, you draw a straight line. This is called as contiguous zone. This is called as the contiguous zone. This is called as the contiguous zone. Why is this contiguous zone? Suppose a criminal is doing illegal fishing here. Okay, and then when he or she sees the authority, he moves in. अब यहाँ पे at this place A इंडिया का लॉ लगता है, but at this place B पे इंडिया का लॉ नहीं लगता है. So he is doing the illegal fishing here, but the moment he sees the authority, he moves. Now the authorities are frustrated. What to do? What to do? How to catch? So therefore, they have created a 12 nautical mile, another 12 nautical mile of contiguous zone to catch the criminals. This contiguous zone is for catching for illegal activities. Then from this one, no, the straight line is called as baseline. ये जो straight line है इसको हम कहते हैं baseline. The water between the land and the baseline. The water between the land and the, this is between the land and baseline, is called as internal water. Then from the baseline up to 200 nautical mile, baseline से 200 nautical mile is what? Is the exclusive economic zone. Here, exclusive economic zone, only India or that country can have the right over economic resources. Exclusive economic zone. Only India or that country will have the exclusive right over the economic resources. नाम से ही लग रहा है, economic resources have to be the exclusive zone. The country has the exclusive economic rights. Okay, and then what do you have? And beyond this you have the high seas. Now this high seas is coming under what? This is coming under the international players. This is under the jurisdiction of international players. Who has the responsibility to utilize the resource? All of the nations. Who has the rights over the water? Everybody. International resource है ये international players का है, इसको आप high seas कहते हो. It is international resource. ये सबका ही resource. Suppose in this international resource, if there is pollution, अगर pollution हो गया यहाँ पे, तो who will clean? Everybody will clean. You know what? Everybody's responsibility is nobody's responsibility. Nobody cleans. It's an international resource. Who will clean? Why should China clean? Why should India clean? Why should US clean alone? So everybody's responsibility becomes nobody's responsibility. Therefore, now we have realized that we should have some treaty that will protect the biodiversity in this international water. So what is High Seas Treaty? It is applicable in this zone. Okay? So it is being ratified by many countries. It is the first international framework. It is the first international framework which is aimed at protecting the biodiversity. It is aimed at protecting the biodiversity in the international waters. पहली एक treaty आई है, legal framework आया है. It is also called as biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. इस treaty का नाम क्या है? Protection of biodiversity beyond the jurisdiction. ठीक है? So what is it trying to regulate? It is trying to regulate ocean surface beyond national exclusive economic zone. जो भी EEZ के भी आगे है. This is territorial sea. This is contiguous zone. This is your high seas. If I am right, this is the high seas. Okay, so it is an international treaty. It is an international treaty. that is trying to regulate biodiversity beyond the under which law this has come. It has come under UNCLOS. This is an international treaty under United Nation Convention of the Laws of the Sea. ये zones भी UNCLOS के अंदर आती है. This treaty has also come under UNCLOS. What will it do? It will create marine protected areas. It will achieve 30%. It will go for protection of 30% of ocean by 2030. There are a lot of provisions in the UNCLOS, Manish. If a country does not have 200 nautical miles area of the ocean, then there are a lot of provisions, exception scenes. बहुत सारे exceptions दिए हुए हैं. That is not the criteria that we have to consider now. ठीक है? So this is a high sea treaty, also known as biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. It is beyond the EEZ, beyond the national EEZ. It is governed by UNCLOS. It will create marine protected areas. It will protect 30% of the oceans by 2030. It will also allow for fair sharing of the genetic resources. There will be EIA done. There will be technology transfer. It will come into force when after 120 days of at least 60 countries signing it. Now Morocco has become 60th country. So it will now start coming into force. अभी ये force में आ जाएगा. So this is about your high seas treaty. It was there in news. So an important one. Now what is high seas we've seen. ठीक है. So a lot of countries have signed this treaty. 60 countries have ratified also. Ratification हो गया. India has also signed, but we have not yet ratified it. हमने ratify नहीं किया, हमने इसको sign किया हुआ है. Sign, that means we've just signed. Ratification, that means what is a ratification? Signing is whoever goes in the conference, they can sign and come. Ratification, they will keep the proposal in front of the parliament and the parliament will ratify it. It will be ratified by the parliament. This is done by the parliament. High seas. This is biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. It is past a EZ and reaches typically 200 nautical miles from the coast. Okay. So this was about the high seas treaty. Now we have the next one, that is about Ramsar. See, Ramsar का भी COP होता है. That is called as Ramsar COP. That is called as Ramsar Conference of Parties. So all of those who have the highest decision authority, many of them are called as COP. Clear? So Ramsar has COP. We see. Now, there have been a resolution to, India has passed a resolution that we will promote a lifestyle, we will promote sustainable lifestyle, we will go for promotion of the sustainable lifestyle for the wise use of wetland. Ramsar क्या बोलता है? Wetland को use करो but wise use करो. Go for the wise use of wetland, and India said that we will now have that kind of life itself. हम लोगों ने, हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने आपका एक मिशन लाइफ लाया है, लाइफस्टाइल फॉर द एनवायरनमेंट, where he has urged the individuals to adopt a climate friendly practices. So now India's resolution has been there. Okay, so we will go for that kind of lifestyle that allows for environment friendly practices. Okay, so this is there. Then you have seen Ramsar, there has been in news, nothing much, कुछ Ramsar sites और आ गए हैं. This will be covered in the places in news in geography, because these are the lists that has been there. You can also see. Okay, we know what is Ramsar. You should know what is Ramsar. Ramsar Convention is an international convention. Ramsar Convention is an international treaty that is aimed at conservation of wetlands and sustainable use of wetland. कब आया था फोर्स में? 50 years हो गए इसको भी. 1975 पे आया था. It was done on February 2nd. Therefore, it is considered as National Wetland Day. What are the Ramsar sites? First Ramsar site, अभी तो बहुत ज़्यादा है, अभी 96 है. Initially, it was Chilika Lake and Keoladeo then. And then in the Ramsar, there is a register. In the Ramsar, there is a record, basically register of wetland, which is changing due to pollution and technological development. So there are some wetlands which are not conserved properly, they are getting polluted. That will come under, they are the wetland of concerns, that comes under Montreal's record. India still has two Indian wetlands which are not managed properly. One is Keoladeo and one is Loktak Lake. They have not been managed properly. There are some of the schemes also for the protection of the wetlands. This is about your government schemes. When the government schemes will be covered, this will be taken there. Okay. Okay. Now, this is a very important one. You can have an idea about this, that two of the cities, those cities in India mein, that have been classified as wetland accredited cities. Two cities. One is the city of Indore and Udaipur. Indore of MP, Udaipur of Rajasthan. They have become two Indian cities to make it to the global list of accredited wetlands. ठीक है, so रामसर के अंदर उनको accreditation मिला हुआ है. Okay. What about Indore? Indore is one of the cleanest city and they have been accredited under the Ramsar. They have been appreciated under the Ramsar. They have, because what does Ramsar do? It appreciates the city for conserving wetlands. So both of the cities, Indore have also conserved wetland and Udaipur have also conserved the wetlands. So that is why they have been awarded. This is a accreditation that the cities, they have recognized their efforts for conservation of the wetland. So they are acknowledging. Bhopal was also nominated, but it was not given the award. Bhopal ko award nahi mila gaya because there was damage to the Bhoj wetland. There is a damage that has been done to the Bhoj wetland. So Bhopal was nominated but did not get the award. Okay. You should know about Bhoj. Bhoj also, you should know about Bhoj wetland. It is also a Ramsar site. It is a man-made reservoir. It was created by Raja Bhoj. Okay. It is around the Van Vihar National Park. इसके आगे Van Vihar National Park भी है. But there is a road project that has destroyed the wetland. So it is not given that much of award. ठीक है. So this was about Ramsar wetlands. So we have covered Ramsar topic also. Now we will not start off with species. First let me cover the pollution for you. ये pollution वाला topic जो है वो ज़्यादा important है. So what all topic we will cover here in the pollution? Let me go to the index and let me tell you what all topic we will cover in the pollution part. So we've covered climate change, we've seen biodiversity loss, we have seen oceans, we've seen wetlands. Now I am starting to the third major problem, that is about the pollution. That is about the pollution. So pollution का पहले index देखेंगे और देखेंगे what all is important. Environmental pollution and sustainable development. There are two topics, environment, pollution, sustainable development. We will understand harmful algal bloom. We will understand oil spills. We will understand oil spill, harmful algal bloom. You should understand black plastic. You should, so topics that I am writing: algal bloom, oil spill, black plastic, nanoplastic. Then we have desert solidification technology, desert and land degradation. Then we will understand this topic, that is your seventh topic, that is about India's first national geothermal energy. Geothermal policy क्या है हमारी? National geothermal energy policy. Okay, sustainable aviation fuel. Sustainable aviation fuel. So we'll understand these 8 topics now. We'll understand 8 topics now. So let me start off with algal bloom, oil spill, black plastic, nanoplastic, geothermal energy, desertification, solidification. Yeah, so we will cover this. So let me move on to page number 64 first. Let me move on to page number 64 first. Algal bloom. This is what Manish asked me. Algal bloom यानी क्या हो? There's lot of algae that is forming. बहुत ज़्यादा algae are getting formed. Where are the algae getting formed? On the oceans. Why are the algae forming on the ocean? And what is the impact of this? Because of the nutrients, there's lot of algae that will develop. Because of the nutrients, there is lot of algae that starts developing. How does it look? It looks like this. How does it look? It looks like this. The green color. It is entirely green cover that is surrounding. So what is algal? Algal basically, there was a study that was done by Indian National Center for Ocean Information Services. They said that there are algal bloom hotspots that have been developed in India's east and the west coast. दोनों ही coast पे आपके algal blooms बने हुए हैं. There have been great growth of the phytoplanktons. ठीक है, and they have altered the water color. Green color हो गया. What is the main reason? What is the main reason? The main reason, please pay attention here, is nutrient flux. बहुत ज़्यादा nutrients आ जाते हैं. This is one of the reason. The second is eutrophication. Again, you have lot of nutrients coming. There can also be temperature change. In the temperature change, especially in the summers, you can see, but they can occur all around the year. So this is not the major factor. The major factor is nutrient change. There can also be बहुत turbidity हो रही है. There's lot of turbidity. There's lot of movement that is happening that is leading to light penetration and photosynthesis. At times, there's so much of harmful algal that starts coming. इतना ज़्यादा harmful algal होता है that it is called as red tide. It is called as the red tide. ठीक है? If the algals, they are because of the toxin producing microorganisms, they will lead to oxygen depletion and they will themselves pollute and accumulate in the marine life. So बहुत ज़्यादा toxins आ गए. There's lot of algal that is being produced. So you will cause harm. You will cause harm to the environment. That is called as red tide. Where do you see? You can see algal blooms on the west coast as well as east coast. So main issue is the nutrient influx. Okay. So now the next one. What is phytoplankton? You should know algal is nothing but there is lot of phytoplanktons coming. So phytoplanktons होते क्या है? Phytoplanktons are nothing but floating plants. They are floating plants. Okay. They have this chlorophyll and they will produce the food. If there are too much, excess of everything is bad. If there are too much of phytoplanktons, that can pollute especially the algals, they can pollute the marine ecosystem and they can release toxins. Okay, so this was about the algal bloom. You were confused, so I have told you about what is the algal bloom. Moving on to the next one. The next topic that we have is oil spills. What is oil spill? Basically, there was a cargo ship near Kerala that had sink near the Kerala coast, and that has raised the environmental concern. So Kerala के पास एक cargo ship carrying oil had sunk. So this has caused oil spill. This has caused oil spill. Now what is oil spill? See, please pay attention. This is the ocean. This is the ocean. The ocean has water. If there is oil that starts accumulating, this is the ocean water. The oil is lighter in nature. The oil will float. ये जो oil है, it will float above the ocean. It will create a layer above the ocean. If there is a layer that is created above the ocean, okay, एक layer बन गई ocean पे, what happens because of this? Oil is dark in nature, so it will not allow the sunlight to pass. One thing, there is increase in the aphotic zone, right? aphotic zone बढ़ जाएगी, darkening of oceans हो जाएगा. The second thing, if there's a layer that has been created, the oxygen cannot be dissolved in the ocean. Oxygen is dissolved from the atmosphere to the ocean. So the dissolution of oxygen will reduce. So the oxygen content in the ocean will be reduced. If the oxygen content in the ocean is reduced, allow me a minute please. If the oxygen content in the ocean is reduced, what will happen? Photosynthesis will be affected. If the photosynthesis is affected, the food chain is affected. If the food chain is affected, the marine organisms are affected. That is one thing. The third thing that can happen because of oil is oil. Many of time the oil is ingested by the organism. Oil is eaten by the organism. That can lead to problems in the animals. So this is what happens in the oxygen. So what is oil spill? What is that is having in the oil spill? This is an accident release of the petroleum hydrocarbon into the environment, typically water bodies. So there is accident release of the oil into the water bodies. What can cause oil spill? Shipping accidents. There is offshore oil drilling. The offshore is oil is being drilled. The oil can spill. There can be pipe that was carrying the oil that got ruptured. Refinery ka leak ho gaya. So there is human negligence. There is dumping also. What does the oil spill do? The oil spill, they form a slick over the water. एक layer बना देते हैं over the water, blocking the sunlight, disrupting photosynthesis, disrupting the base of the food chain. Sometimes the oil is also disturbing the marine biodiversity. It gets into the feathers, it gets into the fur. It leads to drowning of the marine organism. It also affects the economic activity. The fishes that can take oil, they will die. The fishermen's economy will be affected. So it will affect the economy too. There can be problems of human health. Even that water, that fish, if we eat, we will have problems. It is very difficult to clean up also. Oil will stay in the water for a longer period of time. It is very difficult to clean. It can also lead to greater disasters. India has seen problems of oil spill in Chennai, along Nagapattinam. So Chennai में problem हुआ है, Nagapattinam में problem हुआ है. There have been problem of oil spills. Even recently Kerala, you said along the Kerala coast there was a problem of oil spill. Okay. In India, do we have some oil spill management authority? Yes, the Indian Coast Guard. The Indian Coast Guard actually is the coordinating authority. If there is marine oil spill, if there is marine oil spill, the Indian Coast Guard is the coordinating authority. We also have plans. We have National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan. What it will come in when there's oil spill. You have provisions in the Merchant Shipping Act. There are other relevant laws also like Environment Protection Act. There are mock drills that are done to tackle the oil spill. Like a disaster, it is also a disaster that is tackled by the oil spill. What are the international conventions? International conventions, you have conventions like Marine Pollution Convention, MARPOL. MARPOL means Marine Pollution Convention. India is a party. You have Bamako Bunker Convention. India is a party to that also. You also have Oil Convention, International Convention on Oil Pollution and Response. So you have lot of conventions there. So this was about the oil spill that we have. Okay. The next topic that we have to do is the next topic that we thought was, let me go to the index. So we have done, yeah. Then we will cover black plastic, global plastic, black plastic and nanoplastic. So we will cover black plastic, nanoplastic. black plastic. We have this as the black plastic. What is happening? There is a plastic that is called as black plastic. We know the black color plastic. That has quite an adverse effect on human health, right? You will see. It has a high level of cancer causing hormones. So it has high level of cancer causing, hormone disrupting flame retardants. So many times you will see there is black color plastic that is given. Uh, even black color spoons are there, black color spatulas are there, but they are still safe. Black color spoon, black color spatulas are still safe. Okay? But the plastic that we use is causing a lot of cancer, and it has hormone that disrupts us. Okay? So it has become a pollution here. It has become a concern here, a health concern here, right? So you will see what is black plastic. Basically, how is this black plastic made? They are made from recycling the organic waste, electronic waste. I'm so sorry. The electronic waste like TV appliances, computer appliances, they are actually made from recycling them. They are mixed with food grade plastics, and they will be used to produce children toys. You will be used for coffee stirrers, hot cup lids that are made of black color. That black is achieved by adding carbon black. You add the black carbon, which is again a pollutant. Black plastic is actually a lot in use these days. They are very, very pollutant. They are not only polluting us, they are harmful to the health, they are polluting the environment. They have harmful toxins that are being released. Okay, so this is what is black plastic. The next topic, that is global plastic pollution. We know that there is this global plastic treaty. एक treaty है that is called as global plastic treaty that is being negotiated. It is a legally, it is that is being negotiated. अभी भी proposed ही है, अभी भी proposed ही है, अभी इसके ऊपर negotiation चालू है. So global plastic treaty is a legally binding treaty that is aimed at tackling the plastic pollution from production to disposal. Okay, it is being negotiated under United Nations Environment Program. India has also said that we are using plastic because this is our need. Many of the countries are said that please do not have blanket caps. Blanket ban mat karo ekdam se. Where will we change the system? How will it be possible? So India says at least give us technology and at least give us finances. Give us finances so that we can develop the alternatives. So it is being negotiated under UNEP. India says that please, it is linked to livelihoods and affordability. So we need to give us some time. Don't go for blanket caps. You give us technology transfer and give us some money. We will do what you have been asked for. So this is what is happening. India has also said that we will go for a phased approach. Dhire, 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 we will go for it. That's what India is proposing. Okay? What is the point? What is the point that India has? Does India has some of the initiatives? We have lot of initiatives. We have plastic waste management rules. We have we are targeting single-use plastics. There's no single-use plastic that is being talked about now. So that is what we have. Okay? So this is the plastic pollution. You should know about a new topic, that is nanoplastic. Nanoplastics are nothing but very, very minute plastic pollutants. बहुत छोटे minute plastic pollutants है. Okay. What happens? This is a plastic bottle. The plastic bottle is cut into small pieces. This will become very, very minute particles. They are called as nanoplastics. Chote plastics. These nanoplastics are so small that they can get into RBCs. They are so small that they can get into our cell system. इतने छोटे हैं that they can get into RBCs and they can get into our small cells. They are extremely small plastic pollutants. Particles. They are very, very small in size. They are less than 1 micrometer in size, that are formed from the breakdown of the larger plastic pollutants. How are they formed? A single-use plastic like plastic bottle, it can get fragmented. and it can form nanoplastic. The sun exposure, if a plastic bottle is kept in sun, it can lead to nanoplastic material in them. Okay, if their nanoplastic are also produced during manufacturing, recycling, etc. They enter the human body through food, water, and they can cause toxins release. Even small gut, they can affect our gut bacteria, and that will lead to problems. Digestive problems can occur because of this. So they also can get into our blood streams. They can get into RBCs. They can get into the RBC. They can affect oxygen transport. So now we have decided that we will try to tackle the problem of nanoplastic also. Okay. So this is about your nanoplastics. Okay. Moving on to the next one. The next topic that we have to do is desert soilification technology. What has happened? That there have been wheat that has been grown in the Thar desert. डेजर्ट में सॉइलिफिकेशन टेक्नोलॉजी की मदद से वीट ग्रो किया गया है. ओके, so this have been used. Desert soilification technology is basically covering a bare desert sand. आप जो एक बंजर जमीन होती है डेजर्ट की सैंड को, what is soilification technology? Soil का बनना. You are covering a desert sand, converting it into a soil, into a productive land. And because you have been doing this, you are able to grow wheat also in the desert sand. So we have done some research. We have done some research that you will convert. You can use a desert or degraded land, a desertification or degraded land. Okay, the land that has become like a desert or land that is degraded. Nearly 30% of land is like this. We are converting them into a productive agricultural soil so that we can grow some of the crops like wheat. Okay, you can grow some of the crops. How do you do that? You use indigenous technique. You use indigenous technique that can help in water retention. आप ऐसी techniques use करते हैं, आप उसमें ऐसे microbes डालते हैं that can help in water retention. Okay, and you are trying to improve the structure. You are trying to improve the structure. So this is the desert soilification technology that has been used. Okay. So this was about the next one. The last two lines, the last 2-3 topics that are left is one. The last some topics that are left, please pay attention. We have now created a national geothermal energy policy. एक geothermal energy policy हमने लाई है. Is it fine? Now what is this geothermal energy? We know that there are many forms of renewable energy, solar energy, wind energy. Geothermal energy is the energy that is utilizing the heat energy from the interior of the earth. Geo means earth, thermal means heat. So there is lot of heat in the interior of the earth. That heat from the interior of the earth is being utilized for the energy production. So we have created a policy on that. हमने पहली बार एक policy लाई है. हमने ये policy क्यों लाई है? ताकि हम unlock कर सकें, so that we can unlock our geothermal resources. Where do we have good geothermal resources? We have good geothermal resources along Ladakh, Puga Valley. You have good geothermal resources along Chhattisgarh, Taptapani. You also have good resources under Maharashtra region, along Odisha region. So we have lot of geothermal energy provinces, especially in Ladakh, Himachal Pradesh, Gujarat, Chhattisgarh, Narmada, Son, Tapi basin. What is the policy? What is geothermal energy? It refers to the energy that is stored within the earth's crust. So there's lot of heat. This heat heats up the hot water. It gives steams. It makes the rocks hot. So that is what you have, the first national geothermal policy that is aimed to tapping off all of this. What we want to do in the policy, we want to increase the share of geothermal energy in our kitty. हम सोलर और विंड की तो बात कर ही रहे हैं, हमको और रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी सोर्सेज चाहिए, बिकॉज वी वांट टू अचीव नेट जीरो बाय 2070. What will you do? Because it is at a very nation stage, you want to explore and you want to get the data where all you will have geothermal energy in good proportions. Then you also want to you want to create a repository about the mines, about the land, about the geophysical surveys. Then once you have the data, what will you do? You will also try to have an idea about, you will collaborate with the ONGC so that they can help you in extraction. ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस कंपनीज के साथ काम करना चाहोगे ताकि आप एक्सट्रैक्शन में उनकी हेल्प ले सको, ठीक है। आप पैसे दोगे, यू विल गिव टैक्स हॉलिडे सो दैट द इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट कम स्टार्ट वर्किंग टुवर्ड्स द टेक्नोलॉजी. यू विल ऑल्सो ओपन अप FDI. There are a lot of foreign development, foreign companies that can help you with respect to technology. So first you will create a data, then you will try to work with ONGC, the governmental bodies. You will try to give tax subsidies to the international players and to the national players, to the MNCs, to the big companies, so that they can give you the technology. You will allow for this in the policies so that up to 100% FDI will be allowed. Okay. You will give the tax subsidy for nearly 30 years. Nearly 30 years. So this is what you are aiming at. You want to explore and diversify your resources. So this is how a geothermal energy works. Please pay attention. How it works. You are trying to utilize the hot water. This is the mantle. There's lot of heat. The water is heated. You want to utilize the steam capacity. You are trying to utilize the steam. You are trying to give a pipe to a steam. The steam will run the turbine. The turbine will be connected to a generator. It will produce the electricity and that will be used for energy production. After this, you will cool the water and you will put the cool water below. So you are trying to utilize the energy difference between the water levels. So this is about your national geothermal policy. Okay. Rest of the questions are about the reports that you have. We also have this ethanol blended fuel. This has been there in news. Right now, petroleum is being combined with the ethanol by 20%. So E20 means what? You will have 80% as petroleum products and 20% as ethanol. There have been rollout of E20 in India. We said that all the petrol will be blended with 20% of ethanol. So there have been a lot of concerns that this can damage the engine because we don't have engines that can tackle ethanol. So because we don't have engines that can tackle ethanol, that have raised the concern in India. Okay, this was there in news for quite a long period of time. You should know what is an ethanol, what do you mean by blending. ये सब आपको पता होना चाहिए कि ethanol क्या है और blending वगैरह कैसे होती है और क्यों हमारे यहाँ पे concerns ऐसे raise हुए हैं. Now, the topic that I had to cover was about sustainable aviation fuel. Right, we want to have aviation fuel that will be sustainable. How can you make the aviation fuel sustainable? Basically, you want to produce the aviation fuel, Hawai Jahaj wala fuel, from the renewable feedstocks. Basically, from the Sachin, okay, from the food or from used cooking oil, from the algal oil, from the oil seeds, from the animal fats. You want to produce aviation fuel from these cooking oil, algal oil, oil seeds. You want to produce from the waste. You want to produce from the sugary crops. Okay, so we are trying to recycle many things and we want to utilize it for sustainable fuel production. Aviation fuel ko we want to produce sustainably using the dry crops, damaged crops, sugary crops, waste crops, as well as oil and fats. Cooking oil se bhi we want to have that technology. So what will happen? The IOC is making some efforts. The Indian Oil Corporation is collecting the used cooking oils from hotels, restaurants, and they are trying to use it. They are trying to recycle it so that they can produce sustainable aviation fuel. And it says that they have also made a commitment that by end of 20, by the end of few years, they will be able to produce more. They said that by India will be having 1% sustainable fuel blending by 27. So they are trying to work on this technology. What will be the benefit? There will be lower greenhouse gases. There will be less dependency on the other international players. You can use it for biofuels, like there is a lot of biofuel opportunities that can come up. You can work with the existing air fleets. You don't have to change the other things. So this is how it will try to help. So this is what we have. This is what we have. Okay. Rest of the topic is about geography and disaster management. That has been covered in the portions of geography. Geography से disaster management link किया हुआ है. As it is, sir will cover oceanography, El Nino, La Nina, volcanism. That has been already covered for you. Okay. Rest of them is miscellaneous, not much. जो नहीं समझ आता है वो miscellaneous में चला जाता है. What you have, there are reports. Please try to take a printout of this. Take a printout of this and keep it in front of you. Keep it in front of you. ठीक है? Is this fine? Take a printout of this and keep it in front of you. What is the report? Who has given the report? This is also a report. You also have biosphere reserves in India. What are the biosphere reserves? We have seen there are 18 biosphere reserves. There's also a map of national parks in India. There's also a map of Ramsar wetlands. All of them have been updated. Tiger reserves in India. The UNESCO's World Heritage Site, mangrove site. Okay? And these are some of the MCQs that you can think of attempting. You can think of attempting the MCQs. Can you do this question? Question number 8. Can you do this question? Question number 8. Question number 8 and question number 9. Batao. Try to do question number 8. Try to do question number 9. Try to do question number 8 and 9. Come on. With regards to the National Board for Wildlife. With regards to the National Board for Wildlife. Tell me the answer. Try to attempt this question. So many of you are saying answer as A. Yeah. So the fourth one is definitely incorrect. What is the answer? The answer is A. Very good. What about the ninth one? The pastoral community residing in Gir for the historic and symbiotic relationship with the Asiatic lion lives in the settlement called as Nessus. There is a local community. There is a pastoral community that is living in Gir and they have a symbiotic relationship with the Asiatic lion. What are the communities? What is the name of the community? Question number 9. What is the name of the community? The name of the community is Maldhari. The name of the community is Maldhari community. Okay, in Gujarat. Maldhari community in the Gujarat. All of you, please attempt question number 13. All of you, please attempt question number 13 and 14. All of you, please attempt question number 13 and 14. 13th attempt करेंगे and 14th attempt करेंगे. Those who have stayed in the last, they are one of the sincere candidates. So please do question number 13 and question number 14. Question number 13. Are you discarding Chilika Lake or are you discarding something else? प्रशांत, प्रशांत थोड़ा सा ध्यान दो. कौन से दो है मॉन्ट्रिक्स रिकॉर्ड में? चिलिका है क्या? चिलिका है? The answer is yes. गलत हो गया स्पीड में. Don't go for speed, go for accuracy. Go for accuracy. Okay. The question number 9. First one statement is correct. Second statement is correct. Third statement is correct. The fourth one, it is Keoladio and Loktak Lake. It is Keoladio and Loktak Lake. So the fourth one is wrong. The fourth one is wrong. Now please know about the Bhoj wetland. Please know about the Bhoj wetland. Please know about the Bhoj wetland. Where is Bhoj wetland? Prashant. Prashant. Hoda. Again, are you going up for speed? Bhoj. कहाँ महाराजा भोज? कहाँ गंगू तेली? Where is Maharaja Bhoj? Are you trying to say? Prashant Huda, are you trying to say Maharaja Bhoj is in Rajasthan? ये तो जल्दी में गलत नहीं होना चाहिए था. You should know where is Maharaja Bhoj. Raja Bhoj is in MP. Answer is what? The answer is MP. Try to do question number 18. Try to do question number 18. All of you. Try to do question number 18. Question number 18. With regards to blue flag certification. What is the answer? Sachin. The answer is D. The answer is D. The answer is D. Very good. All of you, you have got the concepts. You are doing good. Okay. Keep on revising more. Keep on revising more. Okay then, all of you, I will bid you all goodbye. Thank you so much for your patience and cooperation. I absolutely loved talking to you guys, and you have done the MCQs also right, which makes me more happier. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Take care. You keep on revising more. Bye-bye. See you. We've covered a decent topic. We've covered it in great details. Chalo. All of you, bye-bye. Prashant, Akshay, Manish, Muskan. Take care. Thank you so much, Sachin. Bye-bye.